Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presence here today. This is the House Committee on the 2012 merger. We are going to review, with the help of the Missouri State Highway Patrol, former Water Patrol members. The committee is charged with the oversight, and we will review the marine operations. We'll have discussions on the management, the training, and the overall cost benefits. And the Marine Operations Division of the Missouri Highway Patrol is to be sure that we have secured and to ensure public safety on Missouri's waterways. We're going to go through a number of steps, and the first step that we need to take is the roll of the committee.
Chair Franklin. Vice Chair Phillips.
Here.
Representative Conway. Here. Hafner. Here. Miller.
Here.
Richardson. Rorda. Smith. Wood. Thank you.
What's the number? We do have one call-in, or he will be calling in, Representative Richardson. And what's the number? Oh, we don't need to know that. That's okay. All right. I want to thank the committee members. Thank you. I haven't been invited personally. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. And so today our format is going to be we will have testimony from the Missouri State Highway Patrol. We have submitted some questions to them, and they are going to answer those. We have an active Marine Operations Sergeant with us today who's going to testify. Then we have some retired Water Patrolmen, and certainly other folks are welcome to testify today if they would like to. Your testimony will need to pertain to the objectives of this review committee. This is a House committee hearing, so there's certain protocols that have to be adhered to. Witnesses need to fill out a witness form. And you basically, you know, we have a decorum here, so the chairperson will recognize those who are to speak, both committee members and those that are at the dais. And that way we can move through this in an orderly process. Our next hearing will be at the Osage Beach City Hall in Osage Beach. It will be October 14th. It's a Tuesday at 11 a.m. We also will have subsequent hearings. We hope to have one down in the Branson area to cover some of the lakes there, and hopefully something in northern Missouri. I'm a little bit prejudiced because I'm Lake of the Ozarks, but I understand that the marine operations cover the state, and we want to be sure that we understand about the law enforcement on our rivers and on our other navigable waters. So at this time, I would like to ask, I've been graciously granted to call our Colonel of the Missouri State Highway Patrol, Colonel Ron. So thank you so much for coming. You have some questions to work through for us. Go right ahead.
I would like to make an opening statement before I do that, and I did give her permission to call me Colonel Ron with the last name of Replogel. That's a little tricky to say, so please call me Ron. I am the superintendent of the Missouri State Highway Patrol. I came into that position on March the 1st of 2010. And I hate to correct the chair right off the bat, but this merger took place on January the 1st of 2011. So it started in 2011, and I'll run through some of those dates to clarify some of those things. Before I get into that, I had the opportunity to talk to Craig Ellingson just before this hearing started to offer my condolences, and I certainly want to do that publicly too for the Ellingson family. They've been in my constant thoughts and prayers since this incident, and I do offer my and the agency's condolences for the loss of their son. Now, based on the advice of legal counsel and due to probable pending civil litigations, we will not take questions today or make statements concerning the May 31st, 2014 drowning death of Brandon Ellingson. We are here to discuss the merger and answer any questions concerning the merger. And I do have a statement that I would like to make, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair, how the merger came about and some dates to educate and clarify some of the folks on the merger itself. So with that, on March the 10th, 2010, Governor Jay Nixon announced plans to merge the Missouri State Highway Patrol and the Missouri State Water Patrol into one agency. I received a phone call the night before that press announcement, I believe, which was down in Springfield, from then DPS Director John Britt, advising me that the Colonel was going to make that announcement the next day in Springfield. He also advised me that Lieutenant Colonel Mike Smith, the acting commander of the Water Patrol at the time, he was going to call him and advise him of that same press announcement. So I waited a little bit, and then I called Mike on the phone that night, and we visited about the governor's announcement and agreed. I was actually in Washington, D.C. at some meetings, and we agreed to meet the next week with our command staffs to talk about the potential of this merger. And as many of you know, because you were here, that took some legislative language change to merge the two agencies together. And that legislation was passed the very last day of the session. I don't have that exact date, but it was the last day of the session of 2010. And the language was changed, and the merger was to take effect January 1st of 2011. So we're at the end of the session of 2010. And we did begin to meet with the Water Patrol command staff before the legislation was passed, all through the spring, the remainder of that session. And after the legislation was passed, we continued to meet on a monthly basis with the Water Patrol command staff. And then on October of that year, we began transferring some of the Water Patrol assets into the Highway Patrol, even though the merger was not effective until January the 1st. Their communications piece came over on October the 1st. We wanted to wait till the end of the Marine Operations Enforcement season, which is primarily during the summer months in the state of Missouri. But we did bring over that dispatching operation on October the 1st. We also began to move key personnel from the Water Patrol into our headquarters here in Jefferson City. As a part of the merger, the Water Patrol headquarters, which was a lease building out on East McCarty Street, was closed, and we moved those folks into our headquarters and made office space available and moved the remaining command staff of the Water Patrol into the Highway Patrol headquarters. We also began doing their time accounting at that time. And I will tell you that prior to the merger, during that legislative session, due to some pretty severe budget cuts, the Water Patrol had lost 10 civilian support staff on July 1st of 2010. So they had lost most of their support staff due to budget cuts that year. And that's one of the reasons why we went ahead and transferred over some of those operations early, was to provide support staff to continue to help them with that. We did close down their headquarters on East McCarty Street. They did have a Marine Ops maintenance facility that remained in operation for a couple of more years at that location. That is the old Troop F Missouri State Highway Patrol headquarters, for those of you that can go back that far. But we eventually did close down that maintenance facility and built a new Marine Shop maintenance facility on our grounds out at our Troop GHQ garage out east of town. I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. We did combine the Missouri State Water Patrol and Highway Patrol again on January the 1st of 2011. As a part of that merger, I retained Major Tommy Rome as a member of my command staff. He was a major with the Water Patrol at the time of the merger, and he retained that rank and stayed on my command staff up until February the 1st of this year, when he retired. We placed the Water Patrol we brought it over as a division. We placed it under the command of our Field Operations Bureau. Major Brett Johnson is the commander of that bureau. He's here today to help answer some of the questions that you all submitted. We also transferred into that bureau Captain Mark Richardson from the Water Patrol. He today is still assigned as the Water Patrol Division Commander, assigned in the Field Operations Bureau. We started talking about training from day one, and I will tell you that the command staff from the Water Patrol, the command staff from the Highway Patrol, and incumbent officers from the Missouri State Water Patrol were involved in all those discussions about doing cross-training of road officers to work on the water and Water Patrol incumbent officers to go out and work on the road. That was ongoing from the very beginning. I do want to talk about a few benefits that I see from the merger that I think we need to consider here today, and then we'll get into your questions. For me, it was an increased amount of officers under one command, and that really played some huge roles in 2011. If you recall some of the disasters that we responded to in 2011, I call it the year of disasters. The first being what we refer to as Snowmageddon. If you all remember, in February of that year, we had the very large snowstorm that occurred like the first day of February and shut down operations here at the Capitol for a little while, and certainly we closed some roadways for the first time in our state's history, closed I-70 from border to border overnight while we cleaned that road out. That merger allowed us many more four-wheel drive vehicles to respond to that snowstorm because the Water Patrol had a variety of those types of vehicles, and it also provided us some manpower with those officers, and that was the first benefit that I really saw as the colonel, was increased manpower and increased resources to respond to that large snowstorm in February of that year. A little bit later, the tornado season started, the flood season started. We had flooding in southeast Missouri that year. If you recall, the Birds Point levee being imploded by the Army Corps of Engineers, and massive flooding that continued for several weeks in that area. I saw an enhanced response from our agency because of the merger. We had trained Marine Ops officers that came over with the merger, and we had officers riding in those boats, doubling up and increasing the manpower that we could respond to that flood event in southeast Missouri. A few weeks later, the Joplin tornado hit on May the 22nd of 2011. We sent many more officers from the merger that went to and responded to that critical incident also. So that year, and we also saw flooding in northwest Missouri from all the floodwaters that came down the Missouri River from the Dakotas and Montana. And if you recall, we lost a trooper in the floods of that flood event on August the 1st of 2011, Trooper Frederick Guthrie. I can assure you that the response to find Trooper Guthrie under one command was far greater than it would have been under two separate agencies. We found his body on January the 12th of 2012, and it was very much a unified response. I saw incumbent Water Patrol officers operating boats and troopers in the boats with them doing dragging operations, searching operations, the dive team, just a unified effort in finding Trooper Guthrie's body that was very trying for all of us at the time. And then I go into 2013. Many of you remember the Waynesville flooding event that just occurred a year ago last August. And we've had two troopers that have been honored for their response to that. One, an incumbent Water Patrol trooper, Corporal Lance DeClue, and another sergeant that was a trooper prior to the merger, and he's now lieutenant, but Sergeant Jeff McCullough, or Justin. We have two, they're brothers, Justin. Those two officers responded in the early morning hours to those floodwaters that quickly rose in the city of Waynesville and made 7 life-saving arrests together in one boat. Actually, in 2 boats. That boat broke down. They had enough foresight to bring a second boat to the scene, but both those officers responded together in one boat and rescued 7 people, 3 of which were firefighters that had gone in to rescue citizens and had become stranded and needed rescue themselves. So for me, that was another benefit of the merger. Just this last month, you all have seen the Ferguson civil unrest. We had more officers that we were able to send there because of the merger under one unified command. So I don't know how you put a dollar amount on some of those things, the efficiencies that I think we've seen from that. I don't know that you can, but I just wanted to bring to your attention that those are things that really can't be measured by the dollar. And I will tell you that there's many, many examples of enhanced enforcement both on the water and on the road because of the merger. I've seen officers make a boating while intoxicated arrest during the busy hours on the water, and after processing that arrest and going out on the road and working, making a DWI arrest in the same shift, enhancing the safety on the water and on the road in the same shift as a result of the merger. Just 2 days ago, I want to read you an arrest report that was sent in by a merger officer that came over, is now a full-time Marine Operations Officer in Troop I. Troop I is a little bit different makeup, as you said, Madam Chair. We have a lot of rivers and float streams and different enforcement challenges in our state. And Troop I is one of those challenges with float streams, with a lot of crazy activity that goes on during the weekend. The Corporal Lance DeClue normally works on those rivers during the weekend. This was 2 days ago on Monday. He's out working the road because there's not a lot of need for him to be on those float streams on a Monday. I just want to read the arrests that he made: felony possession of controlled substance, fentanyl; felony possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine; felony possession of controlled substance, diazepam, and numerous other things that he sees that were meth-related based on a car stop that he made with a vehicle with stolen plates and the search. He's a canine officer also, and that was brought over with the merger. So an example that would not have occurred of an enhanced enforcement that's occurred on the roadway. I think we brought a little bit more technology to the former Water Patrol with some of the technology that we have. They now have mobile computing devices, what we call MCDs. They have an enhanced radio system that we rolled out statewide. So I think we have brought some technologies that probably could not have been offered prior to the merger. And I want to go back to that new marine shop. The marine shop that they had was an old antiquated building that flooded every time it rained, and that's where they were doing the work on the boats from across the state. And based on some money, and you all helped approve this during the 2 years ago, the legislative session 2 years ago, there was a settlement from Ameren UE that was given to the Water Patrol prior to the merger to enhance a zone office down on the water. After the merger, we moved that zone office into our zone office, and we didn't feel there was a need for that zone office on the water. And some of that money that was earmarked for that was approved to be able to be used to build a new marine operations facility here in Jeff City. And we did that with some other state funds that you all approved 2 sessions ago. And we now have a very nice state-of-the-art marine operations facility at our GHQ garage complex that I can assure you would not have happened without the merger. And that comes into play, as many of you recall, in April of this year when we had our garage fire where our GHQ garage completely burned to the ground. We moved a lot of our operations into that new marine operations maintenance facility, and to this day are still there. And I'm not sure how we would have recovered without that facility being built there. So I think that's another benefit of the merger. Also, 2 sessions ago, you all approved funding for us to reopen our training tank here at our Patrol Academy in Jefferson City. That training tank was closed in 2003 because of need of repairs, leaking pipes, and all kinds of issues. And we needed that training tank reopened. Currently, for us to train in the water on survival swimming or any other swimming needs that we have as a training issue, we have to go to the School of the Deaf up in Columbia on their schedule for their indoor pool, or we have used a pool out in California, Missouri. Again, on their schedule, not our schedule, transporting recruits and troopers and officers back and forth. Thanks to you all, we were able to reopen this pool. It's under construction right now. It's scheduled to be completed probably in July of next year, and we'll have that training tank back open at our Highway Patrol Academy. And all recruits are going through survival swimming. All officers next year will have our in-service session in 2015. We'll be going through survival swimming as they come through that in-service session. And again, that could not have been accomplished without that training tank being reopened. So I thank you for your support of that. Again, these are just a few examples as I see them. And again, I'm not sure how you put a price tag on some of those things. We are prepared to answer all of your questions here today, and thank you for submitting those to us ahead of time so we could do some research on the answers to those. I brought with me various commanders from within the Highway Patrol to answer those questions. They're more versed in answering them than I. We have the commander of our Field Operations Bureau, Major Brett Johnson. He has his captain, Mark Richardson, who's the commander of the Water Patrol Division. And let me back up and talk about that Water Patrol Division briefly here. The first year of the merger, we made that a standalone division. It's still a division, but we've changed the enforcement part of the division. That first summer, it was all commanded out of the Water Patrol Division, the Marine Operations Enforcement. And we did a pilot project that summer up in Troop A, Kansas City area, about putting that under the command of each of our troop commanders. And for those of the room that may not be familiar with our geographic makeup of the Highway Patrol, we are 9 troops that are commanded by 9 troop commanders, captains, if you will. That was a very successful pilot project that first summer, and we all felt, commanders, staff, that the Marine Operations Enforcement piece would be better served under the command of those troop commanders. So on October of that year, again after the summer season was over, we transferred the command of all the Marine Operations Enforcements under the 9 troop commanders in our state. Obviously some troops have different things. This is a very unique area with Lake of the Ozarks. The southern part of the state where Representative Phillips is from has some other lakes. We have a lot of float streams across our state that require a lot of attention, particularly on weekends with some of the craziness that goes on some of those float streams in various areas of our state. So the marine and then we do patrol some of the major rivers, the Missouri, the Mississippi, and some of those. So the marine operations enforcement looks a lot different in some areas of our state. We felt like it would be best commanded by each of those troop commanders who better understood what their individual needs were for marine operations enforcement. So that change was made on October 1st of 2011. And that's how it stands today. We do still have a a water patrol division, and Captain Mark Richardson is the commander of that division. It runs our boater education safety program, which I might add has been placed online since the merger. It's much easier to access and much easier to obtain. He runs that program along with the buoy permit program and regattas. Anybody that puts on an event on the lake, whether it be a boat race or a fishing tournament or any of those things, has to apply for a permit for that. That is approved up through me and the Highway Patrol. Also, any buoy that you see on a waterway on a lake in the state of Missouri is a permit operation, and that's still ran by the Missouri State Water Patrol Division out of our Field Operations Bureau. But again, all of the enforcement work is under those 9 troop commanders across the state. So that's a little bit of a history of where we've come since the merger and how it's set up today. I'd be prepared to take any questions that you may have for me, and then I would like to call up first Major Brett Johnson to address some of the questions about manpower, assignment of officers, and some of the questions that you pre-submitted to us.
Thank you, Colonel. And I don't know if I thanked you for your service to the state of Missouri as well. Thank you so much. Your service as a, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Now, we're going to have to do a little technological thing here. We've got Representative Richardson on the phone, and he's not able to hear. So we're going to hopefully move this down and make this happen for him. We appreciate him taking the time to call in, and we wanted to have the benefit of hearing. See if you can go down one more row. Got a long cord. He may not be able to hear us, but hearing the testimony is so much more valuable to him.
Before I introduce Major Johnson, were there any questions of me?
Yes, we will have some questions, so thank you. Just give us just another minute here, okay?
Sorry.
All right. Representative Richardson, are you able to hear us? Here we go. Let's talk to him.
I think it may be on mute.
Do we need your assistance with the technology there?
I just noticed it has a red light.
All right. I'm going to go ahead if you're not distracted. Okay.
Todd, Representative Richardson. I'm here. Good.
Wonderful. Good. Thank you so much. All right.
Representative Roarda's on the phone, too.
Well, welcome, Representative Roarda. Thank you so much for calling in.
I'm glad to be here.
All right. Very good. Very good. You talked somewhat about the benefits of the merger and the manpower, vehicles, how they were able to come to certainly the 2011, kind of the disastrous year that we had at that time. Natural disasters. Now, so, you know, my thought is that where the Water Patrol officers were needed, would they have responded to those events as those natural disaster events as well?
You're talking about pre-merger.
Pre-merger,
yes. Obviously they would have still responded to those events. My point with that is under one command, it's a little easier probably to do, and we had multiple officers riding in boats together. Those things, obviously, they would have still responded to any of those incidents, yes.
Okay. And then when did Ferguson, when did that start? What was the date of that?
The shooting occurred on August the 9th, and some of the unrest occurred that evening and then really ramped up on August the 10th. We had officers there on August the 9th. And of course, that enhanced as that kept growing and getting worse. At the height of that, I think we had somewhere around 200 officers there during that. It was 19 days of civil unrest that we were there with a command post and and there. Major Johnson was there every day. So,
So did you have to move officers off of the waterways that went to Ferguson?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, I'm
That's
sorry.
fine.
Yeah. My name is Brett Johnson. I'm the Major of the Field Operations Bureau. Basically, the Troop F assignments were road specialists that came to Ferguson, and then also the Troop F SWAT team. And there is a few of the Marine Ops Zone personnel that's on the SWAT team, so they would have responded with the Troop F SWAT team.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the number was that was brought in off the waterways?
No, Captain Kendall is here. He might know that. I do not know that exact number from that particular troop.
I understand. All right.
We can get that number for you.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions for Colonel Repogel? Yeah, you guys. Colonel Ron, while he's here with us today. Representative Smith,
To inquire, Madam Chair.
you may.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Couple of things I was jotting down as you all were as you were talking, and some of it was based with training and kind of the split, because you've got, I guess, the traditional people that were in the water patrol, and then the highway patrol. So once the merger happened, you may have mentioned something about like joint training. How did that go with water patrol?
my plan is to bring up our training director from our academy after Major Johnson, which will talk a lot about the training that we have done, and he will answer hopefully most of those training questions. But yes, there was cross-training that occurred right after the merger. We had all of the incumbent water patrol officers trained to go out and work the road. Now, you have to understand, these are already veteran police officers, so it's not like a full academy that was needed. It was mainly certain things that they had never been exposed to work the road, certain traffic enforcement, accident investigation, radar, and that was classroom training. And then there was training that occurred in the field, too. That went back and forth, cross-training those officers to come out on the roadways during the winter months when the marine operations slows down. And then we have also trained a number of troopers that were highway patrol troopers prior to the merger to be able to go on the waterways, and some in full-time positions to handle enforcement work on the waterways, whether it be a river or a lake or one of the waterways in our state.
Okay. Now, are there like, when it comes to staffing numbers, so just say you have a situation the chair brought up, Ferguson happened here. I was there. There's a lot of law enforcement there. But when you have, were those positions like backfilled? So just say you have that going on, will you then go to Water Patrol and say, hey, we may need some of you all to...
Major Johnson probably could better answer that,
Okay.
but we pulled officers from all across the state, as we did with the Joplin tornado and other critical incidents that we've responded to in years past. Merging the Water Patrol together gave us 95 more officers under our command to be able to do that with. And again, the very first time that was done was during that snowstorm in February of 2012. We had those guys out. That was right after the merger, right at a month after the merger, and many of those guys were out helping with that snowstorm with four-wheel drive vehicles, because after about 10, 11 inches, patrol cars wouldn't go any longer. We had more resources to respond to that incident because of the merger.
Okay. Now, would an ideal situation be, because I know you've got to have like minimum staffing levels, but in the case of an emergency, would it be better to just have more man, woman power overall, as opposed to shifting someone from the water division to...
Well, overall, any trooper that is commissioned as a trooper in the state of Missouri at any point could be called for special assignments to any kind of a critical incident. We have to be prepared for that, whether that be a tornado, an earthquake, civil unrest, whatever that may be. Obviously, with more people, that's a little easier done. Somebody's got to stay home and work the shifts back in the zones, too. So I guess my point with that is we had 95 more officers available for us as an agency to respond to each of those critical incidents that I talked about.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other committee members with questions? Representative Wood,
To inquire, Madam Chair.
you may.
Thank you. First of all, Colonel, thank you very much for your service. We've had occasion to work together several times, and I've always appreciated your service to the state. You made a comment in your testimony about the gentleman, the officer that went from the water, working it, to then making an arrest, and you had the arrest report. You see that as an advantage going from one to the other. Where do you feel there is any concerns in shifting gears? I take everything back to education and experience. When I was teaching classrooms, we were very careful for me not to teach calculus and then go to Algebra 1, because it's really hard to shift gears and get toned down and address the audience properly. It's a different audience on the water than it is on the land. Do you think there's an issue in trying to get that resolved?
Well, let me just say this, that a member of the Missouri State Highway Patrol, we are a full-service police agency. We have many other responsibilities that we do, and at any time, a trooper may be called upon to go somewhere for that police action, and it's important that we have people properly trained to do those things, yes. And I do think this is an enhancement on a Monday when Lance DeClue is probably not needed to be on the Huzzah River, because there's very few boats on that river, that he can go out on the roadways and make arrests that protect our citizens. Obviously, that's a pretty good arrest, taking some drugs off the roadway and a bad guy off the roadway. I think that enhances our ability as an agency overall to respond to all the things that we need to be doing as an agency.
Well, and I didn't mean to make the point that it was wrong to do that, but don't you think that it would be sharper if you could keep your focus? And we share that in the House. We're not all experts on every topic, so we depend on other people. Representative Phillips, I talked to him a lot about law enforcement, and I trust his opinion because that's his background. He would talk to me about education. And we can focus our areas and do a better job of representing in those areas if we can stay focused.
I can assure you going into Ferguson, Missouri for civil unrest is not the average day for a trooper.
True.
So we have to train ourselves and be ready for anything that may come up that is a public safety issue. And whether we're doing enforcement on the water, the road, civil unrest in Ferguson, those are public safety issues. And our mission as this agency is to address public safety issues to the best of our abilities.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Miller,
To inquire, Madam Chair.
you may.
Thank you. Colonel, I want to backtrack a little bit. You had mentioned in your opening testimony about 10 civilian support staff that were lost due to budget cuts. I believe, what was the date on that?
That would have been the legislative session of 2010, the same session that the merger language was created, and they lost that support staff on, would have been the fiscal year, I guess FY11, on July 1st of 2010.
Okay. That kind of then leads me to the merger and possible savings. You would hope that you got 95 more troopers, which is great, but part of the reason we merged, or was told to us, that we could get by with fewer support staff. So that does kind of make sense to me.
I can't answer that question. Maybe some of the former Water Patrol commanders can. I'm not sure how they continue to run their agency without that support staff help. Certainly when we merged, we have a human resources division. We already have some of the things that they had that we were able to merge and take advantage of that civilian support staff that we already had in place that was able to bring those folks into our agency because they had lost a lot of that support staff.
Now, that leads to an interesting point. If those were critical that you needed, then their positions are protected by the Constitution of the state of Missouri, because in the Constitution you are allowed to have the portion of the road tax that you need to enforce the laws of the state of Missouri. However, that not being the case, let's say somehow that's not the case. Part of that you give back every year back to the road tax is in somewhere between 10 and 15 million. So my question is, 10 civilians does not equate to 10 to 15 million. So I guess if it's a money shortfall, I'm curious.
Well, that was pre-merger. That was the Water Patrol, and they did not receive any highway funding for those positions. And I think you all understand the highway GR issue. We're not allowed to use general revenue for a highway-related function. So we get audited every year about that very thing. So we can't just take some of that money that may be there to pay for a general revenue funded position. And the Water Patrol did not get any highway funding. This was all general revenue funding. They did receive some Coast Guard funding, I believe, and also some Water Patrol funds. But I think all of those, and again, someone else probably can better answer that question than I. All 10 of those positions were general revenue funded positions that you all voted to cut.
Civilian positions.
Civilian positions, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Are there other questions? Representative Conway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Colonel. I want to move in one direction so that I think the General Assembly understands what their responsibility was during the process. I'm not sure a lot of the members on the committee were in the Assembly in 2010. I think the vote was 129 to 29, I believe, or 24. And it also was a vote that occurred on last day of session. And I am not one that's a big advocate of taking votes on last day of sessions on a lot of measures. So was this, in your opinion, fairly well vetted out in the committee process?
I think that it was. I know there was testimony that occurred in the committee process. I think, I can't remember if anybody on this committee was there. You know, and I did not come in and testify. It was more Water Patrol officers and command staff testifying about whether or not it was the right thing to do. You know, everybody's got opinions, and I'm not going to get into my opinion or anybody else's opinion about whether it was the right thing to do at the time. It's done, and my job is to make it work moving forward. And, you know, that's what we plan to do. And I wanted to say earlier, after any critical incident, no matter what it is, we are constantly reviewing procedures and policies. We're doing that with Ferguson as we speak. We did that after Joplin tornado. So any critical incident that we experience, we debrief. We look at what we did good, what we could have done better. And that's an ongoing process that always occurs, and it should be that way.
And I appreciate that, and I think with the resources that you had available, I really think you did a very good job. And I know that I was here. I know that there was a certain element that resented it, and any time that you make changes that are significant, you're going to have that. And also, I think we all are aware that probably in the fiscal budget of 2011 and what we were going through in 2010, we were looking at every measure that was even possible to find some of the funding that was necessary to not only fund public safety but all of the other budget items. So thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were pretty clear on that there was committee hearings on this, that it and even though it didn't reach the House floor till the very last day, I think, as I recall, there was a significant amount of discussion on it. So, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you appearing here before the committee. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir, you are welcome. Any other questions from committee members? All right.
With your permission, Madam Chair, I would like for Major Johnson to give some testimony about how the Water Patrol enforcement operations and the division are ran out of his bureau, the Field Operations Bureau.
Thank you.
Madam, excuse me, Madam Chairman, members.
Let me stop you just a minute. Now, are you going to be answering the questions basically?
I will.
Or
some
are
of them
you
that
going
pertain
to?
to my bureau, and then I would ask, with your indulgence, that we bring up other people to ask more on the financial side, those type things.
Okay.
Training.
So I would like to keep this, you know, for our benefit. I'm sorry. in the order that our questions are.
Okay.
So just take the ones that you can answer for us and basically probably answer our questions more than anything else about those.
Okay.
Okay, can we,
The second one.
we're anticipating answers to these questions, so that's what we'd like to get on to.
Okay.
Thank you.
The second question then is
All right.
my bureau. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll move right along. That'll be fine. The question was, what is the process or method of selection for the assignment of patrol officers between the state's roadways and the state's waterways? Within the budgeted number of FTEs, the Field Operations Bureau, which is my bureau, assigns the number of positions, both road and marine, to the troops, as the colonel explained earlier. When the merger occurred, on the FOB side, there were 89 FTE. Some of those positions were vacant. Currently, I believe there are 81 full-time line functions positions, 87 total when you count some of the staff positions, and they are all allotted then to the nine troops. With the vacancies that we have, which on the Marine Ops side right now, we only have 2 vacancies. One in Representative Phillips's district in the south, his is in the north zone, and one in Troop I in the Rolla troop. That position in Troop D, there's an officer in training on the road that come out of the academy that is preparing to fill that. And also we had a former member that was a former Water Patrol officer, resigned a few months ago, and he's indicated that he wants to come back. If that's so, he will take that position, but the other position will be filled this year also. So that is how they are assigned to the troop, and then the troop commander individually, looking at a manpower allocation study that we do on our calls for service, then decides in what particular county and zone that position would be applied. As far as the Marine Ops, then it would probably be within, naturally, whether it was be a stream or other waterway within that troop. So that is how they are assigned. The next question was who decides the assignment, and that is the troop commander does that. And I'll explain a little bit about, because I think there's a couple other questions there. Normally we have 2 classes, recruit classes, each year. We're getting ready. We have a class going on right now that's will graduate in December. And later this week, I have asked for all the vacancies, the open vacancies, both Marine and road, that are around our state, and each of the 9 troop commanders already have submitted those vacancies to us. Currently, I believe there's 24 vacancies statewide. We submit then what we call a posting. It's a IOC. It's an internal document. Will go out to every member of the state that has or will have at least 3 years on by the time the transfer would be effective, and they may put in for or ask to be transferred to that position. The way we do the lateral transfers, whether it's on the road or on the water, is by longevity. If someone that has the most longevity would get that particular position, since it is considered a zone position. Well, if no one wants a lateral transfer, then whenever we get ready to do the recruit assignments, usually about 4 to 6 weeks prior to graduation, one of the recruits would be assigned that position. They would go to a road position initially and go through an FTO process, remain in that position for 1 year after probation. So they would be on approximately 2 years. And then if that was a person assigned to a Marine vacancy, they would come back to the academy for additional training, additional 4-week training right now. and then they would go through an additional FTO process and be moved into that vacant position. So that's how that position would be filled if there's not a request for a lateral transfer. Be happy to answer any questions
Okay,
about
that's
that procedure.
great. Very
Yes.
good. So that is kind of the procedure, the process in which assignments are made. It kind of sounds like an administrative area. Now, is there any consideration given to the unique environment that law enforcement on the water presents itself, that the skill level, the knowledge of handling a boat, handling tourists for the most part that are on the water, is there any consideration, are these individuals, I'm going to call them commanders, which may not be the right term, that make those assignments that are over those areas that have waterways? Do they have experience on the water? Do they have an understanding or appreciation of the unique skill set that is necessary to carry out the duties on the water?
I would say they do now. We're over 3.5 years into that merger, so they've experienced that for 3.5 years. That person that would ask to lateral, if they have not previously had the Marine Ops training, they would receive the training and go through an FTO process prior to assuming that position or during the position, kind of depending on the vacancy.
Okay, so let me go back and ask this again, and I apologize. So the troopers that are in command over their areas or zones that have waterways, do those individuals understand, have experience the unique problems that water law enforcement on the waterway presents? Now, you're saying they do now after 3 years. You feel like they do, or?
You were talking about the commanders, I think.
The commanders.
Your question, which is the troop commander that makes the assignment.
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you.
That's what my answer was subject to. The zones that you're talking about, the individuals, which is ran by a sergeant, many of them are former Water Patrol pre-merger people that are in those zone positions.
Good.
Certainly not all of them, but they're ran a little bit different depending on the area of responsibility. And as I said earlier, I have Captain Kendall here, and there were some major reorganizational changes, as you're aware of, Madam Chair, in the lake area for efficiencies and public safety reasons. Also in Troop D, they're operated under a specific zone in that area, but all other locations around the state, they are operated in a zone with other road troopers. It's been my experience, and these are areas that do not have a lot of waterways. Troop E in southeast Missouri they only have three Marine Ops troopers in that troop, so they rely on the other troopers that are working in that area. We have a class of 15 currently going on right now. When they graduate in a couple weeks, that will be, I believe, 100 part-time people that we have trained. 100 people that we've trained total. I believe 35 of those are part-time, and or 69 of them are part-time, and 31 of those are full-time positions.
All right. So let's go back to the commanders that make these assignments. How many of them are former water patrolmen?
None of the troop commanders.
None of the troop commanders are former water patrolmen. So they don't. I guess my question is, do they understand the uniqueness? I mean, part of that, I guess I would feel like, would be having experience as being a water patrolman or a water officer, to know what that's like.
I guess
now, that may or may not be an important point,
I
but that's my question.
Yeah, no,
that is my question. My next question then is, do you have any idea of the commanders prior to the merger, how much time how many years that there had been water experience. That's not your area. I know it's one of the questions we asked, but not your area. Okay, very good, very good.
If I could clarify,
Yes.
when you're talking about, these are people that actually have asked to go to this position when
understand.
they lateral. There's no one that's being forced to go
Made
to
to go.
this position. These are people that have interest in this area. If they haven't had the previous training, they will be getting that. The only ones that I would be a recruit coming out of the academy, they're getting training in the academy in marine responsibilities, but before they would go to that assignment, they would come back for an additional 4 weeks. So they're getting more since the merger in the academy specifically now anyway, but they would get more. So anyone that wants to go to that, and we ask that, we call it a dream sheet prior to graduation. The recruits put the area that they are interested, and then in that questionnaire, they're asked whether they're interested in those duties. And so we utilize that also to make those selections for those positions. And as I said earlier, there's only 2 vacancies right now. All the other positions are full on the marine side, so there'll only be 2 postings coming out here in the near future.
Okay, that's good. Let me stop and see, are there any questions from the committee? Representative Phillips.
Madam Chair, to inquire.
You may.
Thank you. Major, you mentioned the lateral, and as you know, I'm very familiar with lateral transfers. I never had one myself, but I understand the process. So once someone requests, let's say they were originally water patrol, once they request to be a road trooper, and that's granted, then I'm assuming, based on good conduct, good performance, so forth and so on, that becomes a permanent assignment. Is that right?
For someone going from the marine ops position to the road.
Right.
Yes, and we have, I believe, over 15 have went from the marine position to full-time road positions, and we've had around 35 around that number. You know, we're large agencies and things change, but around 35 road troopers that have wanted to go to the marine side. So we have people right now, they're all troopers that have, you know, and that's kind of one of the things with my, you know, philosophy, and when we move those to the zones, that it seems like that the more you individualize or specialize a position, it becomes more that person's or that division's responsibility. When you're all in a zone, when something happens, if they have a drowning or a crash or something that needs more resources, if that person is a part of your zone, it's all of our responsibility, and it seems like there's more interaction there. And that's kind of been my philosophy going forward in this, and I think it's really been successful in most areas. In the larger areas at the lake, and you know, some of your lakes, sir, they are in individual zones there, and then supplemented with the road zones.
Sure. So I guess to put a never into that answer, it would I'm guessing it would never happen to transfer somebody back who's doing a good job, an exemplary job as a road trooper who is prior water patrol.
Unless they if they requested that position to lateral back.
Right. No, I'm not talking about a request. I'm basically talking about it, you know, forcing somebody to do it and vice versa, the other way around.
Yeah.
So that's not going on?
The only one that I'm aware of right now is we had several vacancies about 2 years ago in Troop I, and a different commander at that time had conversation with an individual trooper and asked him to go do that assignment for 2 years until we had several vacancies there, and it was a priority. It's our responsibility. I know my direction to the commanders were, I've given you the responsibility. We must keep these vacancies filled, and we must address these responsibilities. So then I couldn't then tell them how you have to conduct business there. So if it was a priority opening, that's the only one that I know that, you know, there were some discussions about that person going there. The rest of them have been voluntary as far as I know, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Other questions? Representative Wood.
Inquire.
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The way the zone or the troops are set up, so Troop F covers Lake of the Ozarks, correct?
It covers 13 counties in
Yeah,
the
but-
central of the state. But
yeah.
yes, Troop F.
So if I'm in Troop F and there are openings on the water that need to be filled, they're most likely coming out of, as you said, the seniority in Troop F is going to be the first choice to go to those water positions.
Yeah, to start out, the troop would send out a message within the troop to see if there's someone within the troop that wants to do a lateral transfer. They have first choice to do that. If that is closed and no one's put in for that, then the IOC goes statewide for anyone that wants to lateral from other troops or a division, gaming, any other division. We have a lot of responsibilities, DDCC, any other division, then that person, that opening would allow anyone from there to go to that position.
So if I'm in Troop F and I've got seniority, I've been through the training, is there any additional pressure then to remain in Troop F in that area? Because you can be transferred from troop to troop, correct? So if there's an opening in Troop I that you guys need this trooper to move to, he can end up being moved.
Not unless, the only transfers we would do in that example would be a disciplinary, part of a disciplinary process. We don't just move people from one position to another. They would have to request that lateral transfer.
Okay, if it became a requirement to take the water portion of this, it kind of seems like you could set up the scenario to where it's, okay, you're going to work the water or you're going to end up going somewhere else in a lateral transfer to another troop that doesn't have a water connection to it. Can that trooper be put in that position to where they feel like they have to go to the water instead of they want to go to the water?
I'm not aware of anybody put in that position or any position that we have that way. There's, other than the example I gave that we had various vacancies and we really had to address the responsibility, I don't know of any other person that has or that would be forced to go to a location or transfer outside of disciplinary action.
Or could there be the potential of promotion that if you wanted to move up in the ranks, you have to go to another troop, or you end up staying where you're at?
Yeah, the promotion system from trooper, corporal up to sergeant, you're all competing within your own troop. So you're testing all of that process is within the troop. Once you've made sergeant and been a sergeant for 2 years, then you go through what we call an assessment process where they assess your abilities, and if you pass that, then the promotions are statewide to lieutenant. Then you're competing with every sergeant in the state to go to a lieutenant's vacancy.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Other questions? Representative Miller?
To inquire, Madam Chair.
You may.
Thank you. Sort of inquisitive deal here. We've got Troop F,
Yes.
and then we have zones within Troop F.
Yes.
How many zones do we have?
I believe 18 in Troop F.
18. How many cover Lake of the Ozarks? I mean,
A few prior to January, I would have said 2, but now there is several because of the way that we have allowed Captain Kendall to set up how he's responding to the services there. So you have 2 main zones. I believe 6 in each zone, and then all the surrounding road zones then supplement the water from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
So we have 2 zones on the water.
Yes.
At Lake of the Ozarks. Okay. And those are fully staffed?
They are right now, I believe, yes.
Okay. All right. When do you do the training if they are not fully staffed? If you're coming onto the water, new guy, what time you do the training? Anytime, or is there special months you do it? Or
We've traditionally been doing that in the spring, prior to seasonal activities.
Okay.
But we could do it anytime if we had the need, but that's traditionally how we've done that, because it's always going to be good. You come off of that training, and then if you go into the to the FTO phase of that, it wouldn't work out really good. You wouldn't get a lot of experience if that person came out in October. Right now, later on, there's not going to be a lot of boating experience. So that's why we try to do it at those times of the year.
So effectively, if they did get a new one now, it would be effectively they would get their training sometime in spring, May, or somewhere around there.
And if it was someone out of the
Next year.
academy, it would actually be, probably the next year, because they're going to become a road trooper first before they would transfer. That's kind of our policy right now. They would have to go through that probation and actually be off of probation, and then come back for the training that you discussed in an FTO phase.
And you said right now, so the question is you did mention that Captain Kendall has been given some latitude since earlier in the year to do what he wants. Has there been you said right now on the training aspects, has there been proposals or changes to training brought up here in the last few months?
I think on the advice of council that I can't talk about any changes that we're going to make in the next few months.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members have questions? All right, thank you. Major, do you have more?
Where did we get down to,
Well,
Madam Chair?
We're on this. Did we get through the second question on the sheet?
I think there was a question about whether I know are these patrol officers local, or do they travel in on weekends or similar arrangements? They have to live in the zone where they're assigned. Now, if it's a lateral transfer that they've requested, and there's there may be some variance there naturally to sell a house and buy a house and those things, but once that assignment is made, they have to live within the zone, within the confines of the zone where they live or are working.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's on the next page here. To the question of prior to the merger in 06, 07, 08, 09, the total man hours.
That's we're going to skip a question and then move down one.
Yeah,
is that correct?
That's okay. I don't have that.
No, where are you going?
I'm going to the
next page.
Yeah, the next. Well, just the next question after.
The next question. Okay.
The prior to the merger, it starts.
Okay, number 4 on the first sheet. We should have numbered these.
Mine just has bullet points, so yeah.
You're there.
Prior to the merger in 2006, 7, 8, 9, and 10, how many total man hours were spent specifically patrolling the state waterways? How does this compare to man hours on the state waterways following the merger? To compare apples to apples, the data that the Water Patrol had was total work hours in everything that we could find. So in 2006 was 55,258. In 2007 was 59,064. In 2008 was 52,826. 2009 was 54,952. We could not find any data for 2010, and it was indicated, as discussed before, that those 10 staff people that were eliminated in July prior to the merger in January did that, and so we did not find any records, which was prior to the merger since we took over in 11. That compares to just a little over 93,000 hours in 2013 for the patrol. But you have to remember now that we have 81 full-time positions that are doing the line function, and at the time of the merger there were only 63 people doing the line function. The rest of them were administrative staff, and we also, this does include our part-time, the 69 part-time people that are doing. So the reason why those numbers are up is that we have a lot more people that are assigned those activities that are doing the line function.
Okay, that presents a little bit of a problem for me, because I hear from the constituents and such at the Lake of the Ozarks that there's not as great a presence on certainly the Lake of the Ozarks, and I've heard that from kind of around the state as well. Now, so help me, are these numbers that you're giving, the 93,000, how can we make this comparison prior to the merger and then today? We're not asking the right question there.
That's the question that you ask. I guess that what I'm saying is that prior to the merger, there were 63 people doing the line function. After the merger now, we have 81 doing the line function, plus an additional 69 working part-time. So
so those are
feed
like
into a lot more.
motor, you've been able to draw like motor hours of boats that are, their motors are
no,
going on the water and...
No, ma'am.
Okay.
These are actual
I
work
got you.
hours because that's the hours that the data that the Water Patrol gave in their manuals that we went back and looked at work hours were total work hours. They
Yeah.
didn't divide them out for the water. So to compare apples to apples, we had to, that's the only way we knew to compare the same.
Thank you, Major, so much. I'm a little bit smarter about how to ask the question, so it's my fault because I didn't ask you the right question.
I can have, I know you're wanting some answers from the lake.
Yeah.
Captain Kendall is here. It was kind of his and his staff idea to make those changes. I think he can address some issues there about your concerns if you would allow him to come up at this time.
If you're ready, let's see if there's any other
Okay.
questions. Have you completed what you want to talk about?
I have the next question if you want to go that.
Okay.
We can go through those fairly quickly.
We'll remember this one when Captain
Okay.
Kendall comes up. Thank
Okay.
you.
All righty. What career positions within the Missouri State Water Patrol were reconstructed, removed, or altered by the merger within the Missouri State Highway Patrol? That would have been the colonel, the lieutenant colonel, one major, radio telecommunications coordinator, and 10 civilian support positions were eliminated.
Okay.
What were the reasons for these operational changes? Well, for those, that was statutory changes. Those positions were removed by either statute or by budget cuts. How many Water Patrol officers resigned or retired in conjunction with the merger? There were 6 members who retired prior to the merger. Since the merger, we've had 16 members retire, 4 members resigned, and one of which I mentioned earlier is in the process of coming back, a member that had resigned and then now is interested in coming back. The next question, I have 2, ma'am. How was Water Patrol veteran insight and knowledge preserved or transmitted following the merger? At the time of the merger, troops A, which is Kansas City, B, which is Macon, D, Springfield, F, naturally here in Jefferson City, G, Willow Springs, and I, Rolla, had former Water Patrol leadership assigned to their troop staff. And due to retirements, currently that previous Water Patrol staff is assigned in Troop B, F, G, and I, and they continue to have former Water Patrol leadership as members of their staff. The Water Patrol Division was headed by a major that was formerly the administrative major when they were in the Water Patrol till his retirement in 2014. And then a former captain with the Water Patrol was named as the division director of the Water Patrol division that works in my bureau, FOB, and that's Captain Mark Richardson, and he's here also. What was the number of ranking officers, lieutenant and higher, in MSHP and Water Patrol prior to the merger and currently? The authorized strength before and after. Prior to the merger, the number of lieutenants by statute was 60, and the authorized strength and these are going to be field operations numbers, the authorized strength by the statute was 68. We currently have 57 lieutenants, and that excludes DDCC and gaming because they do not count against that statutory cap in Chapter 43 in the statute. Captains was 25. The statutory change after the merger was 34. We have currently 31 captains there, and majors went from 5 to 6, and we currently have 6 majors in that position. As I said before, DDCC and gaming do not count against that cap.
I think the question also says prior to the merger. I think I have these numbers in my head. If they're not right, someone can correct me. They had a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, 2 majors, I believe 7 captains. That may be off by 1 or 2, 9 lieutenants. Is that you have that? Okay. I'm jumping my major here, sorry.
No, I wasn't going to interrupt. You were doing a good job, though, too. Yes, as he said, there were 21 administrative positions, and I believe they ask in one of these some salary and differences there. Prior to the merger, because you asked prior and currently, there was a colonel, lieutenant colonel, field services major, administrative services major, technical services commander was a captain, personnel and training captain, commander was a captain, equipment and supply commander was a captain, and then there were 6 districts. District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all had captains, and then each one of those, District 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, also had lieutenant commanders, the dive team commander, and a training director that worked at the training academy also. And your question was total salary of those ranking officers prior was $1.7 million. And our budget people here have the kind of the breakdown. I think they're going to answer the rest of that question in some of these other questions. The rest of these questions that come out of order here are the Water Patrol Division Captain Mark Richardson was going to address the rest of the questions on protocols, unless you have questions of me prior to then.
Well, thank you so much. I believe there is another question. Representative Miller?
To inquire.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Amongst that barrage of numbers, I believe you said we had 21 officers, administrative officers in the Water Patrol prior to the merger.
Yes.
Somewhere along the line, I was very much a civilian during the merger, but I grew up on the 16.5-mile marker of Lake of the Ozarks, and so it's always a concern of mine. But I do remember that we were going to, at least I was told, that we were going to reduce the number of officers that were pertained to the Water Patrol and put bodies on the water. So I guess the real question is, if you take the total number of officers in both divisions prior to the merger, what's that number? Total number of officers after the merger, what's that number? And did we have a reduction of 12? I mean, I'll just be blank. Did we have that reduction, or did we have more?
Reduction of, I guess I don't understand where the reduction of 12 were. The statutory reduction actually just took out the colonel, lieutenant colonel, and one major. The 89 FTEs that came over to field operations, all of these that I mentioned that have either retired or resigned, then those positions are still Water Patrol funded, whether it's GR, Water Patrol Fund, or federal, were all moved to the line that are in field operations, were all moved to the line function.
Great. So to get this crystal clear in my mind, other than the ones that were statutorily removed and the ones that were removed due to budget or
I
prior?
don't believe there were any members removed for budget. Those 10 were all civilians. I don't think there were any badges other than the colonel. and
10
lieutenant.
civilians.
Yeah, right.
Those are the only FTE reductions that we've realized to this point. Okay, thank you.
Major Johnson, thank you very much. Can you provide the committee with the answers to those questions,
we
your
will.
answers?
We will. I was going to leave it up here for Captain Richardson because he was going to answer the rest of these, and then we'll turn that in to you.
All right, I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And be sure and do the witness forms. I know you all got that down.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello. Yes, good morning. Thank you, sir.
My name is Mark Richardson. I'm the Water Patrol Division Commander for the Highway Patrol.
All right. You know what? You're going to have to speak just a little louder for me to hear you.
Is that better?
That is fabulous. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Mark Richardson. I'm the Captain, the Water Patrol Division Commander. And I was going to answer the question about Missouri's general operational water protocols. The Water Patrol Division currently consists of, their main function is boat education, buoys and regattas, and buoys and regattas. We also oversee the dive team for the state. The dive team consists of 13 divers, 2 specialists, which are the dive team leadership, and 11 divers, half of those of which, or approximately half of them, are road officers and do not have the marine operations function as part of their responsibility. The other half do. The dive team is managed from field operations, which is a little bit different than prior to the merge. Before, it was supervised by a lieutenant in the southern part of the state, but is now managed from a more central location. The dive team provides services not only for the patrol, but for other law enforcement agencies as well, from the purpose of recovering bodies to evidence. It's a wide variety of functions that they provide. The second question, or the first bullet there, states, how do these protocols compare to neighboring states? In preparation for this, I talked to a few similar state agencies that share the marine enforcement responsibility. In regards to their academy training, we do more than some, less than others. An example, in New Hampshire, theirs is 250 hours. In Oklahoma, it's 80 hours. In New Jersey, it's 80 hours. So, as I stated, more than some, less than others.
I missed that. Were you talking about the training level?
Yes, ma'am. As far as if that's what you're referring to, is the protocol.
Okay. Gotcha.
And maybe if I'm misunderstanding that, you may have to.
Okay, sure. So they have a certain number of hours. Can you break those hours down in those other states that you're bringing forward?
No, ma'am. I don't have those. When I talked to those other states, I only asked what their academy hours were, but I would assume they're similar to ours as far as marine enforcement training goes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do these protocols need reassessment or clarification? Absolutely. We continually assess our operating procedures in every aspect of patrol operations. All patrol policy is reviewed at least biannually. And the last part of that question, ma'am, is there collaboration with various national associations that compile interstate data for didactic, educational, training, and comparative purposes? The patrol is a member of NASBLA, which is the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. Our state boating law administrator, which is me, attends the annual workshop every spring and the conference every fall. We send members or have sent members in the past to different training opportunities offered through NASBLA, including tactical boat and operator course, pursuit and stop course, officer water survival training, comprehensive and advanced boat accident investigation courses. And if you want to go back even further, I'm sure there's more training that we've sent our officers to.
Okay.
That's the bullet comments on that question.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Smith. You may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Captain, sorry. Another question. I know you kind of broke down at the in the beginning about the divers. You said there was 13 divers. I think you said half of them do road to.
Yes, sir.
Half don't.
Right. I mean, all troopers share responsibilities of what the organization does, and I don't want to speak out of turn or out of place. But I guess what I'm saying is approximately half the divers that are now, it's not a requirement to be on the dive team to be a marine operations officer.
Okay.
We pull divers from several different troops that at this point have the sole responsibility of working the road.
Okay. Understandable. Now, how many other teams are water patrol members involved in? I know you mentioned earlier something. We were talking about Ferguson and how troopers were pulled in from all over. And I think there was a certain team that some of the water patrol were on.
Yeah, we have SWAT teams.
Okay, SWAT. Okay,
and
that's what it was.
the water patrol had a SWAT team prior to the merger. Obviously, had some guys with a lot of experience
Okay.
that we incorporated into our SWAT teams here at the patrol. We have 4 of those. They're not full-time SWAT teams. They do have other responsibilities, but when they're needed, they're on call. And certainly we had all 4 of those SWAT teams involved in Ferguson at some point or the other,
Okay.
relieving one team with another team, and when that went on for 19 days. But there are several incumbent water patrol officers that were members of their SWAT team that transferred in, and we incorporated into our SWAT teams.
Now, how many other teams? Like you got SWAT here, you've got diving team. Are there hundreds of different teams that some of the water people, or is it just kind of hey, we've got 4, we might have a bomb squad or something here, or does SWAT cover that? Or?
Yes, we have a lot of other responsibilities. We have, bomb squads. We have forensic investigators. We have, joint terrorism task forces that we have officers assigned to. So we have a wide variety of special assignments
Okay.
within the patrol. Pilots, canine officers.
Okay, and then they're split. Some are in water patrol, some are not, or is water patrol just limited to, hey?
No, those are available to any member of the patrol. Usually when a vacancy occurs on one of those, it's posted.
Oh,
And-
okay, so that's how it works. So we've got this.
For example, we have an
team here.
incumbent water patrol officer that is now a full-time pilot for us here out of Jeff City. He was a water patrol officer before the merger, merged over, continued on the water for a few years. He had an interest to become an aviation officer. He put in for that vacancy and was selected, and then is now working full-time as a pilot for us out of our aircraft division.
So there's
Any
no
trooper
limit.
has that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's where I was going with it. So there's no limit. If you can swim, you can be on water.
Those positions are posted statewide normally for those particular positions, and if an officer has an interest in putting in for that, he applies for it. There's usually an interview process that an interview board interviews all of the applicants for that, and then a selection is made.
Okay, and that's based off background, not just
Sure.
solely seniority or anything like
No,
that. So
I
if
mean,
you've
everything's
got-
taken into consideration.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Wood,
Inquire.
you may.
Thank you. I guess when I read the question in terms of protocols, I was thinking more of procedures between Water Patrol and Highway Patrol. There's huge differences between the two. And looking at our protocols and the way we operate with the Highway Patrol on the water now, are they different now than they were when it was strictly Water Patrol? And I guess I got to go back a little bit to say that I think of highway patrol on the highway. I've got a double yellow line. If somebody crosses it, I know exactly that that was a law that was broken. There's certain protocols on how to pull them over. There's certain amount of backup. You have city backup. You have county backup. Where on the water, you're a lot on your own and don't have that type of reinforcement. You're sitting in a floating vehicle instead of a stationary vehicle. The protocols that we go through and use, are they both taught in the training when they go through the academy? How is that handled? Because it's not the same. And I know we're saving manpower and we've got reserve people that we can pull off the highway now to go to the water, but it's not the same thing between the two.
Let me just say, working in many of the rural areas of the state, I've stopped many a car without a backup, as the representative said into your left has. So, you know, to say that we have a backup when you're working on the road is not an accurate statement. There's many, many times that you're the lone guy out there on a deserted roadway making a car stop. But
to make that analogy, though, there is no county officer and there is no city officer out there in the boats patrolling the Lake of the Ozarks.
That would be a correct statement, yes, sir.
So the Water Patrol is by themselves, other than maybe a conservation agent here and there, enforcing the laws on the lake, where we have multiple agencies enforcing the laws on the road.
That's correct. And we do have, as far as the protocol side, when we merged, we had a set of general orders that cover everything that we do. Water Patrol had a set of orders. We looked at all those things and merged those orders together as one agency, looking at all those protocols to include training, and we're going to have our training director up here to answer some of those training questions here shortly. But I guess what I'm saying is all those protocols were looked at when we merged the agencies together. Every general order was gone through. We did assign one of their officers in our research division that was responsible for that on the Water Patrol side to work with our research and development division, is where those general orders are researched and come out of, to combine those orders together under one set of orders for the Highway Patrol.
And in kind of following along with the same question, if we have formed our protocols for the Water Patrol now, or Highway Patrol with the Water Division, do those protocols compare to other states? Are they following the same procedures when they make an arrest or a stop on the water?
Obviously I can't speak for other states, but I have to believe that they are very similar. I mean, we've done this for 50 years, and a lot of other states has as well. We've all been part of NASBLA for decades, and is where a lot of this, and Missouri has always been in the forefront of marine enforcement for a long time. When we came over, we did go through, and there were special orders that addressed those issues for the Water Patrol Division. When the troopers were assigned to the troops, all those special orders at that time were then absorbed into and transferred over into general orders. So they are there. They're there, and that's what I was stating earlier as well. I kind of alluded to. I mean, we're constantly looking at all general orders, not just those, but I mean they get reviewed every other year, biannually. But yes, to answer your question, they are comparable to other states.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Conway.
To inquire, Madam Chair.
You may.
Thank you. I want to get back to just one other area. I may have jumped the gun a little bit earlier in my questioning on the significant rationales that were made back in 2010 for the coordination and combination of the two organizations. I recall one of the major points of discussion was that Water Patrol members were accumulating a high number of comp hours. And some of the members, I recall, had a real problem with that. So in the reorganization, have we reduced the amount of comp time and or overtime outside of special events that are going to occur, like flooding or tornadoes or things of that nature? Has that been significantly reduced by the accommodation?
And certainly that would be specific to certain areas. Other areas are far busier than maybe another area of the state. The season might last longer Madam Chair Franklin's area is one of the busier areas of the state with this lake that we have in Troop F. So yes, we have addressed that with more manpower to reduce the amount of comp time that was accumulated basically during those busy marine operations seasons, if you will. I think we've seen that. Troop commanders are given that responsibility because they are commanding that from their troop. As I said, and each troop is different. The marine operations responsibilities that Captain Kendall has here in Troop F are far different than the marine operations responsibilities that Captain McDonald has in the Troop H, the northwest corner of our state. So, you know, we've addressed that with increased manpower. When those officers used to be off during the winter months on comp time, they're now out on the roadways doing enforcement work on our roadways. So that's, I think, a benefit of the merger, too. And I know we talked about hours with the chair, and we'll get those more defined hours for her. But in my opinion, yes, that has been reduced.
Well, I appreciate that because I think we need to look at, and I think we are looking in depth at the fundamental justifications that we were given for this process several years ago and see if the justifications that we see for the combination are still there, and that we can still look at ways of improving while and maintaining if that is what is the best policy to adopt. So thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so let me be sure that now you're the troop commander for the Marine Operations Division. Is that
I'm the water, yes, ma'am. I'm the Water Patrol Division Director or Commander.
Commander?
Right, and that's my division consists of myself, 2 civilian employees, and a sergeant and a corporal who are the dive team leadership. Mm-hmm. The rest of the members belong to the troops.
Okay, so you know it's a shift. Then the training really isn't anything that you do.
No, ma'am.
You do regattas, dive
boat
team,
education, buoys, and regattas.
Boater education.
And dive team.
Okay. Well, explain a little bit about the boater education then. Give us some comparisons between prior to the merger and now and where that takes place. And
yes, ma'am. And that would be probably one of the efficiencies that we need to talk about is prior to we did not have the online course set up the way that we do now. I don't have the number with me as far as the number of people who have taken the course online, but it has far reduced the amount of time that we spend in the schools in the wintertime.
all right. Are you proud of that program?
The boat ed program is we currently use Calcame. And they are a provider for the majority of the states in the nation, so it's a very good program.
What's the source? What's their source? What do they draw on to teach the course, put questions together?
Well, I mean, we provide the state-specific questions, of course, but they provide all the printed materials, all the online course, the site. They manage the site where the people that go to take the course. And then they submit the checks payable or the monies to us on a daily basis, the deposits, or the people when they buy the cards through them.
Okay, so it's something that's used across the nation. You feel like that's a good,
yes, ma'am,
good course to use.
Yes, ma'am. Okay,
so that's something that we want to know where we rank, I guess, in the nation on is our boater education.
Right, and Calcame, I mean, we used them prior to the merge as well in our boat education program. So it's not something that has been since. I mean, it's something that we've carried on with.
Okay, great. That comes from the previous, before the merger?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, all right. Other questions? Representative Miller?
To inquire.
May.
Thank you. Captain?
Yes, sir.
So I did. So you've got 5 people are in the Water Patrol Division.
Counting myself, yes.
5 people. And there's no training. You don't, I mean, in your division, Water Patrol division?
No,
That
no.
you're over?
Training is taken care of for all the highway patrol by the training division.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, Captain Richardson, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, with your permission, what I would like to do, I know we've had a lot of questions about training, is bring up Captain Vince Rice, who's the director of our academy, our training division, and maybe we can answer some of those training questions if that would be acceptable for you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
No.
No, not at all? It's usually not a problem. I talk kind of loud. My name is Vince Rice. I'm the Director of Training for the Highway Patrol.
You're going to have to scooch that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Better? Still better? Okay. I've been the training director since July of last year, 2013. And looking at the questions that have been asked by the committee, I think if I can just speak for a minute more in narrative form, kind of explain where we came from based on the documents that I found through post, and then where we are now with our recruit training and our marine enforcement training. In regard to the Water Patrol training prior to the merger and the Highway Patrol training, both of those academies, they operated basic training academies, which both academies operated under the basic 600-hour core curricula for a Class A license through post. We have the Class A HP license, which is 1,000+ hours, and they had the Class A Water Patrol license, which was also 1,000 hours, a minimum of 1,000 hours. Now, in addition to the 600 hours, then you had the 400 hours at least of academy-specific courses. The Water Patrol had, obviously, water enforcement-specific courses, whereas the Highway Patrol had highway-specific courses.
You know, sir, I'm very sorry, but I'm really having a difficult time. Are there those humidifiers are on? Can we turn those off, please, or dehumidifiers, whatever they are?
Wow, yeah.
That's tremendously
Better now?
better. I'm sorry we didn't detect that sooner. Go ahead, please.
Okay. The Class A Water Patrol license was valid for commission with the Water Patrol, okay? And it was only for the Water Patrol at that time, at the time of their last recruit class, because they were just short a few of the core curricular hours in the 600 hours. All the Water Patrol members then, because of that, had to apply for what they refer to in post as a veterans application for a Class A, which they all did prior to the merger, allowing them full commissions with any agency to include the Highway Patrol. Now, post is obviously the authority that oversees law enforcement training for the state, specifically the 600 core curricular hours. The additional academy-specific hours, they are not involved in the regulation of those other than to ensure recruit safety, making sure that the basic training centers are training folks safely. And I can only speak as far as comparison of the two from the documents that I received from Jeremy Spratt, who's the director of post, and I can discuss their curriculum and their schedule from their last recruit class as compared to our current training with the recruit class and marine enforcement training. The last Water Patrol recruit class was their 35th class. It was 6 recruits, and it ran from December '07 through May of '08. It was 23 and a half weeks long, or 1,177 hours. The current Highway Patrol class is at 32 recruits. It's 25 weeks, 1,253 hours.
All right. Wait. So
Okay.
does that have to do with water training? Or what kind of training is that?
That is where we were prior merger. Okay. Remember, we had the Water Patrol had their own academy where they taught.
Correct. I
Obviously, the
understand that.
600 core.
Right.
Their
Got it.
academy-specific.
And what do you do
courses.
in water training now is the question.
That's the question you want to answer? You can,
Yes, sir.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I will get to that, if I can.
All right.
Okay.
But please listen what I want you to do.
Okay.
We're focused in on here today how much training that Highway Patrol troopers receive in water training, driving a boat, navigating the water, You know, those swimming, being able to swim, marine operations. You know, I know that you have extensive training on the road, and I really appreciate that, you know, and in other areas. But today, please limit your answers to specifically how they're trained to go out onto the waterways of Missouri. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
And I will. I was just trying to cover the before and after as the first question asked. So since emergency...
Well, and I'm sorry, because I've
Okay.
confused you.
Okay.
Yes, prior. Tell us about prior, which you've said is the, what did you say, 23 weeks?
That was the Water Patrol's last Academy class, yes, was 23 and a half
weeks.
weeks.
And did you give me hours?
1,177 hours.
All right, thank you. Okay, I've got that now, and I've got it now, today.
Currently.
Currently.
Our recruits during recruit training receive 36 hours of marine enforcement training.
Right.
Then they would not be assigned to an actual marine enforcement position for 18 months after their hire date or a year after graduating the academy. Then they would have to attend our 4 weeks marine enforcement course. To date, we've put 85 troopers through that course. We currently have a course going on right now with 15 additional officers. That current 4-week course was developed utilizing the former Water Patrol officers to include their training director. And we also rely heavily on former Water Patrol officers in our field help that comes in to assist with those training courses. Of the 32 of those that come in regularly, 26 of them are former Water Patrol officers who are actually teaching and instructing the courses. So when you do a side-by-side comparison, our 4-week course, again, was noted. It should be noted that it was very comparable with most of the recommendations from the Water Patrol's training division prior to the merger. They recommended a 5-week course. We're at a 4-week course. And if you add the 36 hours that we give in recruit school, we're at 178, so we're comparable there on the hours of training. And I've done a side-by-side comparison, the best I could from their last curriculum from their recruit school versus what we teach as far as marine enforcement in our 4-week course. And would you like me to walk through those as best we can?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Best I can. Some of the courses, again, during our recruit school, again, it's 36 hours. We get 20 hours of basic swimming. We get 6 hours
Now,
of...
I'm going to ask you to speak just a little bit slower.
Slower?
So I can write this down.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So 20 weeks of basic swimming.
20 hours.
I'm sorry, hours. Okay, go ahead.
6 hours of boating while intoxicated investigation.
Okay.
They receive the 6-hour boater education course. And they're given 4 hours of intro to marine enforcement law. Okay. Now when we go into the actual marine enforcement training, again, it's a total of 142 hours. Like I said, we have an orientation. We do 17 hours of watercraft law and federal acts, and that's comparable to 17 hours as shown on the 2006 Water Patrol curriculum for their recruits. We offer 36 hours of survival swimming, which is comparable to the 32 hours that the Water Patrol class gave in their last class. They had it broken down into stroke development, rescue methods, survival skills. We both have hours dedicated to swim testing and final exams. We have 4 in our current marine enforcement course, and they listed 6 hours. We offer 16 hours of tactical water survival, whereas the last Water Patrol recruit class listed 8 hours. Okay. We went down with some other non-specific side sonar, boater ed orientation. We have 1 hour. I couldn't pull out those hours from the Water Patrol curriculum. As far as watercraft accident investigation, We offer 12 hours. The Water Patrol recruits receive 24. We offer 4 hours of boat and motor theft investigation. The Water Patrol indicated 10 hours. We offer 4 hours of noise level measurement. Again, I couldn't pull that out of the Water Patrol curriculum. I know that it's in there, but I think it's incorporated with some other aspects of training. Then we offer 20 hours of basic boat operations. And this is comparative to the 32 hours offered by the Water Patrol recruits. They had theirs broken down into patrol boat, rescue boat, as jet boat. And we also offer 10 hours in patrol boat operations. And then 8 hours of boat stop and approach practicals. And our boating operation training either takes place in the Lake of the Ozarks or the Missouri River. And that should be the balance of the 142 hours.
Okay. Committee members with questions? Representative Miller.
You mentioned swimming.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at your training facility, do you have a tank or a pool? I remember the colonel was talking about that.
It is being renovated. It's been shut down. We currently have to travel, like the colonel said, to School of the Deaf in Fulton or the pool in California.
How long has it been shut down? Do you have knowledge of that?
I think in my earlier testimony, 2003, and we plan to reopen that pending construction and weather and those sorts of things by July 1st of next year.
The Water Patrol facility that was taken out of service, the headquarters of the Water Patrol, was there a training facility there?
No, they used our academy.
They used your academy.
I went through in 1984, and there was a companion Water Patrol class that went through with me many of the training we did together, which was law enforcement type training. Then we would separate for their specific training, our specific training. But they have utilized our training academy since, I assume, 1972 when we opened it.
Okay, good. All right. So we currently do not have a pool for this training. We're at the mercy of others for the most part.
Correct.
And but we are heading that way to getting one put together.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Phillips.
Inquire, Madam Chair.
You may.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of testimony. Thank you, Captain, for being here. I've heard a lot of testimony about the training of the recruits and the training of the officers, the people who are out there getting it done. What I wonder about now is there mandatory training for those that supervise those at the troop level? In other words, I think a while ago, unless I misunderstood, that basically none of the troop commanders have had any water experience whatsoever. Is that a fair statement or not?
I can probably address that. None of the 9 current troop commanders have been Marine enforcement officers.
Right.
We do have some incumbent officers that are in those troops as staff officers. For example, there's 2 here in Troop F, an incumbent captain, incumbent lieutenant, that are a part of Captain Kendall's command staff.
Okay.
There are a few others around the state. Some of those have since retired, and we've, as Major Johnson testified earlier, replaced that with line function officers. We have sent, and I think maybe one of the captains here today, we are sending some of those troop commanders to some of the NASBLA, that's the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, some of their conferences. Captain Richardson is our designee for that association, but we have sent some of our commanders to some of those training conferences in addition to as commanders to learn more about marine operations and enforcement.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like, you know, from an overall standpoint, if you've got lieutenants and captains that are making decisions, that are looking at the way the officers conduct a business, but they don't know anything about the business that's being conducted. I would dare say there's a good number of these supervisors, and I'm not trying to be overcritical here, I'm just trying to be realistic, that there's a number of these lieutenants and captains that have probably never been on a boat in an enforcement situation. And so I'm having a little trouble understanding how they can critically look at something and really effectively supervise somebody who does that on a daily basis and probably has a whole lot more knowledge about it than they do. So I guess my question is there mandatory training within the Highway Patrol, within the current training process, that has to do with the command staff?
Let me put it this way too. I'm not a pilot, and yet that is under my command as the colonel of the Highway Patrol. You know, you can't be. I can't fly an airplane, but I trust the guys that do fly me because of the training and everything they've received. As you know from being a zone sergeant, you know, you get lots of training, and our commanders are very well versed, and they have been going out and riding. I know that. Okay. Major Johnson has mandated that. As if you have Marine operations in your troop, you need to go out and ride. You need to go out and visit with your people. You need to go out and understand the operation. I did that a couple of times myself in the summer of 2010 before we merged, because I wanted, having grown up around water, operating boats on the lake, float streams, I knew a little bit about it, but I didn't understand maybe some of the enforcement challenges, particularly on Lake of the Ozarks. So I went down myself 2 different occasions and rode several shifts with Marine officers before the merger, because I wanted a better understanding of that as the colonel of the Highway Patrol. I can assure you that our troop commanders have gone out on operations, whether it be on a river or on the lake, riding with those officers, getting a better understanding of what that enforcement work is.
Okay, good. I know you'd make a good pilot because I've ridden with you in a patrol car, and you know something about speed. But yeah, it's vice versa. But the real question was, and I appreciate the fact that they're doing that because they should be, but the real question was, is there mandatory training required for these men? Because I'm looking at the big picture of should something go badly wrong, it's going to fall back on the ultimate supervisors, on command staff. And if they have had no training and they've just been out and ridden a time or two in a boat or whatever they've done, but they have no training through the actual agency they work for, then it looks problematic.
And I think maybe I can have 2 of those captains come up here shortly and address that as their command and their troops. One is here in Troop F, the other is Troop I.
Okay.
And both of those commanders, I think, have tried to educate themselves as best they can about what Marine operations and what Marine enforcements are.
So the answer is no, then, on mandatory training.
There's no mandatory training, but again, we're sending those captains and commanders to conferences, and they are getting on-the-job training every season that we have Marine operations enforcement. Ultimately, I'm responsible for everything this agency does, so it comes all the way up to me, not just to that sergeant or that captain or that troop commander.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Other questions? Representative Hafner? You may.
Thank you. I've been looking at the budgets for the Highway Patrol, Water Patrol for 4 years now, and the question I have, in your recollection, have you ever been denied the amount of funding that you've needed for proper training for your Highway Patrol and your Water Patrol?
Denied the money for proper training?
By this legislature?
No, I don't. I mean, we've asked for equipment needs and some manpower needs, and some of those things have been denied. But I don't know that we've ever brought a decision item forward in the last 4 years since you've been the chair of the Public Safety Committee. Maybe some equipment needs, but I don't recall you ever. I mean, you all were very good about. Of course, it was a facilities management issue to reopen the training tank, which is training related. So
we've never been obstructive to monies needed for safety purposes.
No, not for training. I could maybe make some cases for equipment needs and manpower needs, but and I wouldn't use the word obstructive. You know, you have a job to do that's very difficult when you craft those budgets to see that state resources are appropriately used all across state government. So,
thank you.
All right, Captain Rice then. So what is you're in charge of training for the water?
Overall training of the highway patrol, the division.
But you can answer
director.
the questions. Yes.
I hope so, yes.
Okay, all right. So what do you think then that you lend to this training process of the water officers, the marine operation officers? What in your background or your experience do you bring to the table that makes you a good leader of this particular area?
I'll go back to, like the Colonel said, I don't know that I have any experience or that I lend anything. I relied on the former Water Patrol officers. Their former training director was my assistant director and coordinated the marine enforcement training. So we rely heavily on their input and their expertise. I don't know that I can say that I personally bring anything to the training other than the overall oversight.
Well, I'm sure you're very capable and competent, so let me be sure and say that. So this curriculum that you all have developed, if I may call it that, so you relied on the recommendations of the former Water Patrol to put that together, or what was the process again for that?
Again, that was before my time. I know that the
Darn. Well, is there someone here that it's not before their time?
There was another training academy director, but that came all the way up to the staff level and was discussed extensively at staff level. Major Rome had input on that. Captain Richardson had input on that. Other officers within that transferred over with the merger had input on that. And as Vince has said, his assistant director was the director of training for the Water Patrol. So all of that was taken into consideration when we put this curriculum together to all the way up to the command staff level.
Okay. My question is going to be, I see that the recommendation from the Water Patrol is that they should complete a swimming test consisting of swimming 300 yards in 10 minutes or less, be able to tread water for 10 minutes, and dive to a depth of 12 feet to recover an object. Is that in there now?
Yes.
Do you do that now?
We have a swimming test.
Is it this test
It is
that I
not
just
that
read?
specific
Is it
test,
this
no.
test
No.
that I just read? No. So what is it specifically?
Ours is a 100-meter swim.
What's meter as compared to feet?
3.3. 100-meter swim was going to be the length of the pool and back.
Okay. Thank you.
Tread water for 15 minutes.
Okay.
And surface dived to 10 foot or the bottom of the pool
All right.
and retrieve a weighted object.
Okay, so all of the officers that work the water right now, that have worked it since you all took over the merger, can do that. They've all been tested. They passed a test on that.
I cannot answer that 100% truth because I do not know if all of them took that swim test during their training. Like I said, we've trained 85 officers. I've only been at the training academy since July of last year.
Well, if I asked you a question like that about the road patrol, could you answer that? What's a test they have to pass to be on the road?
We have several in the academy, and we're talking about basic training for
Would you
recruits.
know whether or not that they'd passed whatever test it might be?
Yes.
So why don't you know
I
the
could
answer
find
to
those
this
records.
question?
I don't know if that.
Why
those-
can't you answer this question?
I
question.
can, that I don't know if all those answers. I would have to look at the training records to see if there was a
Well,
test
how
in
could they
place.
be out on the water if they haven't completed your test?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is this am I asking a question that there's no answer to?
No, the swimming standard, I don't know if that swimming standard has been required in all marine enforcement training courses. Again, we've trained 85 officers through the marine enforcement training, through separate courses. And again, we constantly
Okay,
reevaluate.
I'll tell you what, we've been at this a couple hours. We're going to take a break right now, and then we'll come back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We'll take about a 10-minute break. Thank you. We've got some folks that need to be able to testify and then go on. So we're gonna switch around, Colonel, and we're gonna bring up Sergeant Henry, please. I can't find his email. Hi, how are you? I know, I'll get back with you. Go through here and find Sergeant Henry's email. Right here, okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman.
Good.
Everyone.
Would you tell us, please, who you are, your background, where you serve currently in the Missouri State Highway Patrol?
Yes, my name is Randy Henry. I'm a sergeant with the Missouri Highway Patrol. I was a previous sergeant with the Water Patrol. I've served my entire 29 years at Lake of the Ozarks. And before that, I was a helicopter crewman in the Coast Guard, stationed in Alaska and Oregon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And what is your job now? What do you do?
I'm a zone sergeant in Lake of the Ozarks, and it's the Marine Zone, one of the two Marine zones.
Could you explain these zones and these such to us, and the coverage provided on those? And
Yes, obviously it's the chain of command. It comes down from the command staff at Jeff City into the 9 troops. And then each troop, I think we have there's how many zones? I forget how many zones there are in Troop F, but I'm Zone 16. The other zone is 17.
Okay.
And the zone is divided. Each zone has a sergeant. I'm the zone sergeant, and I have 2 corporals underneath me in the zone structure. In my zone, I have currently there's 6. I'll have 5 officers starting next week, I believe. There's been a couple changes here.
what was it prior to the changes?
Well, we are slotted for 6 people.
Yes, sir.
Zones. And there's been there's just been some personnel issues that I can't get into, that there's been some transfers.
Okay, can you give me a number prior to the changes?
Prior to, like right now, say per day, I think I have 6 officers. 5 are Marine trained. 1 officer has been in training since the 1st of May.
Okay. And you know something, I think that the perspective that you have that I didn't make reference to is that prior to the merger, you were, maybe you did say this, you were in the Water Patrol, and then after the merger, now you're in the Marine Operations.
Yeah,
Do I have that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was a Water Patrol sergeant,
Okay.
stationed Lake of the Ozarks, and I carried that position over with the Highway Patrol merger.
All right. Thank you. And your job now is it a mechanic? Is that what you do now?
No, I'm a zone supervisor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I read so
Sometimes.
many of these things. I'm in circles. So you're a zone supervisor. What are your duties as a zone supervisor?
I'm the supervisor of the water officers in my zone. I'm also on patrol quite a bit. Also, I wear a couple different hats. Check paperwork, do scheduling. That's part of my duties. Make sure guys are complying with general orders, following the colonel's priorities here. Then I'm on the water. I've been working the water for, like I said, it's completed my 29th summer. I do that quite extensively in the summer.
Okay. Do you do any training?
Yes.
What do you do?
We do field training for the officers when they come in from the road zones. I'm involved with that training extensively.
You train them on the water to be water
Yes, they're actual field training. I don't do the classroom work up at the academy, but I'm involved with the training when they come out into the field.
When they come out into the work. Okay, could you describe that training? Give us, if you can give us hours or whatever's appropriate way to describe that so we can kind of quantify what the training is that you do.
Ma'am, there's two different levels of training. There's a full-time training officer or full-time training program that we have. Then there's also a different training program for the part-time officers.
Okay, so there's now Marine operation officers that are full-time.
Yes, for instance, in 2012, I had an opening in my zone. There was for a corporal. One of the road officers, full-time road officer, before the merger, was selected to be the corporal. He came into the zone full-time. He attended the 4-week class at Jefferson City. Then he had to come out and do, I believe it was 6 weeks of field training. That officer, I had to sign off on him, and he's an outstanding officer. I had him for, I believe, 2 years, and he transferred back to the road.
So you trained him for the water, and then he transferred back to the road.
Yes, there was an opening. They made a new zone in Miller County, and he transferred as the corporal in that zone.
Okay, so does he come back and do the water?
Part-time.
Part-time.
Yes.
Okay, so you said you had full-time and then you had part-time.
Yes, the part-time officers are, I've been instructed by legal counsel to watch where I go with this, so I'm not trying to be avoiding your question.
All right, just do what you can.
The part-time officers were originally designed to help us supplement the road zone, or water zones, excuse me, the water zones. They weren't going to have the same duties as the full-time water officers did. Originally, when they were, the concept came about, there was terms that were used for these officers from various people. Basically, officers just to hold down the fort till we get there, just be seen, or hybrid officers. These officers received the 4-week school training in Jefferson City, and when they come out to the field, I was given a set of parameters that they had to meet. And
so is that like part of a training manual, these parameters, or where would we find these parameters?
It's an email that I have.
I mean, so is this part of the protocol that we talked about earlier in training? If you can't answer it, it's okay.
Yes, I can answer that. There's no protocol. It was on the, what we call this, I'm calling these offer supplemental. There's two levels of supplemental. That first officer I told you about, he's a fully trained supplemental. And we've had officers that have left the Marine Division that go to the road zones at the lake. There's 4 road zones at the lake. So we've had officers, used to be full-time water patrol, that go into these zones. They come out and help every once in a while for supplemental help. And there's a different level of supplemental officers who what we call the hybrid officers. In their training, there is no, at this time, no set protocol. It was just an email of what these officers were expected to be able to perform.
Okay. So the supplemental officers, the part-time officers, when are they placed on the waterways? Is there a time that it seems it's a good idea to place them on the waterways now because it's not, I guess I would say because it's not as busy? Or is there no consideration to that, or?
Well, their sergeants, the road zone sergeants, were these individual supervisors. And they were just told, I think, like the Miller County boat, and it rotated with the Miller and Morgan County boat. When I say Morgan, I also mean Montauk. At one time, when the Miller County boat was working days, the other boat would be working nights to try to help us with the scheduling deficiencies that we have. But the part-time officers, it wasn't. I better stop there.
Okay,
as far
let me
as
ask you
getting
this
specifics.
question. Let me kind of go to another question. So, the hours that the shifts, I guess, the water patrol in the past had a kind of a unique situation where the water patrol worked as many hours as was necessary to cover the busy seasons of the year. And did that change then once the merger took place? Do they, because of the overtime and so?
I don't understand your question. I can't hardly hear you if you're talking.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I was going to ask you, the hours have to be consistent within the highway patrol, the troopers, and the water, the hours that they serve on the water, because there are shifts.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. All right. I wanted to know that. And then, okay, now I want to go back to the training portion of this. And so can you tell me, of those officers that you supervise, a class curriculum and tests and et cetera were described to us earlier, how many of those that you supervise have been through the classes that were described to us earlier?
I only supervise the 6 people or 5 officers besides myself in my zone.
You all right?
Like I said previously, that one officer who came from the road, he went through the 4-week class, and then he did his field training with another officer, and I supervised that. Yeah. I did his check ride. The other supplemental officers, I don't supervise them. They are under the directions of their road zone sergeants.
So
under
you
supervision
supervise people that you don't know what their training is?
Do I supervise?
You supervise those that you don't know how much training that they've had?
I don't supervise the day-to-day operations of the supplemental officers. Like, say, for instance, if we have a supplemental officer in Camden County, the Camden County Road Zone Sergeant is that person's supervisor. Even though he's working the water, or she, the Camden County Zone Sergeant supervises that officer. He's a Road Zone Sergeant. When they come and do their training, at one point, the other Marine Zone Sergeant and I had to do the what I call check rides to make sure that these people are good to go. However, now the Road Zone Sergeant signs off on the water officer if they're good to go.
Okay, I've got you. So the Road Zone Sergeant determines if they're ready to go out on the water.
Currently, yes.
Currently as in what? Currently as in of Monday or?
Would approximate since early spring of this year.
Early spring.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Now, let's go back to the field training and going out on the water. Is that what you call field training when you go out on the water with the boats?
Yes, and if you're referring to what I call the hybrid officers, they were required to do like a ride-along where they observed us for, I think it was 3 shifts, day or night.
Okay.
And then the actual field training on the hybrids was very, very minimal.
What does that mean? Minimal.
Like I said, they were. I had the email as far as the parameters that were.
Okay,
yes.
Gotcha. Okay, are there questions from the committee? Representative Wood.
Inquire.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Trying to get back to some basics here, and you're from the Lake of the Ozarks, so that's where you're going to be the most familiar. This would apply throughout the state, though. How many actual patrol do we have in season on the Lake of the Ozarks? If it's a full shift.
Well, with 6 people, I had 5 all summer because that one guy he was training all summer, so I had 5 boats. Another boat is one of the guys is a diver. He was gone, seems like half the summer. So we have guys have days off. So any given time at the maximum in my shift, if I had 4 boats, that was a heavy day.
Okay, but you're just talking your zone, not the entire lake.
Yes. Well, for my zone, which includes the whole lake, when we do zone, when I say zone, it's a day and night shift. We got 2 zones. If I'm working days, the other zone has the night shift. Then we swap every 2 weeks.
Okay, so you're not dividing up North Shore, Gravois, Glaze.
No.
You're talking the entire 1,300 miles of shoreline.
Well, Troop F stops at the Benton-Camden County line upstream, about the 70.5 mile mark.
Well,
yes.
You're getting the majority of the traffic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you're talking those shifts, how many of them are being manned by full-time water-trained officers that are in the highway patrol, and how many are being manned by the temporary fill-in shifts?
Like I said, if we had 4 officers on a shift, as far as marine time, that was what I call a heavy shift. Every once in a while is rare. We'd have 5 boats. And sometimes there'd be 1 or 2 supplemental boats. It just depends. We had one in Camden County, and we had one up in, we had 3 supplementals. We had one in Morgan County, one in Miller County, and one in Camden. And usually at least one of those boats would be on at any given time.
Okay, now I'm talking personnel, not boat particularly. So you're kind of making a differentiation from the part-time road people to the full-time water people, water patrol.
Okay, if I understood your question, there'd be like 4 to 5 full-time water boats. When I say a boat, that's a person in a boat. Okay,
so they're fully trained. Have you've worked with them? They've had the in-boat training with you, plus the academy. They're not part-time people.
Correct. These are guys in my zone that are in my supervision, full-time water, yes.
Okay. So I guess the question, how often do we use the part-time patrol?
Like I said, I think usually there'd be at least 1 on at a time, just depending on the day-night coverage. When I say the part-time, up until a certain date of the summer, we had the part-time, but the water officers that used to be full-time water officers, they are now in road zones. So they're the ones that currently they are the ones that are doing the supplemental help. And one of those guys would come out, or ladies would come out and help us with the supplemental.
Okay, so a road zone then is only going to cover that part of the lake?
Yes, they can go to separate other parts of the lake in emergencies, but for instance, Camden County Lake or Camden County boat, we keep that on the Niagara arm, and they're basically assigned to work just the Niagara arm. If there's an emergency, they're going to go anywhere to help out, but primarily they're going to be up in the Niagara arm. The Morgan County boat usually takes care of the Gravois arm, and then the Miller County boat, they go like from the dam, say down to the 10-mile marker or so.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's real confusing.
Well, not really. To anybody that doesn't live there, it makes it tougher to see those lines. But since we represent the different areas, we can at least see them. But I think the point is we're having a part-time person on the lake quite a bit of the time if 1 person out of every shift is filling in that spot. I guess I question as to why aren't we using full-time positions at all of it all summer long and not using the part-time people as much as we are.
That'd be a troop commander question as far as manpower allotment. I can only take care of the people in my zone.
Right, and I understand that, sir. And I'm just trying to straighten out where that is all headed. So thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Other members of the committee. Representative Hafner. You may.
I'm wondering, I run a seasonal business, and I'm sure the lake is seasonal too. You have your busy holiday weekends, just weekends in general are busy. So I know that when I schedule for a busy season, I bring in extra people that maybe wouldn't normally, say if I need 10 cashiers one day instead of 3, people that normally don't work the cash register just come in and fill in. When you need more manpower, do you do the request for busy times on the lake, or is it pretty steady all year, all summer long?
It's a little bit of both. They are scheduled, but so many things come up. I mean, I'll get calls all the time from one of the supplemental helps. Hey, I can't work today. We have somebody that called in sick. I need to work the road today or whatever. It's scheduled, and it's supposed to be consistent. And for the most part, it is, but there are times when it's not.
Do you put in requests for supplemental help, or is that done?
It's scheduled from we're under the road zones were under directions from the troop staff to supply somebody supplemental on the weekends, and I think it was from Thursday to Monday, but that all got I think it just reduced a little bit, but scheduled it was supposed to be from Thursday to Monday, I believe it was.
So do you get more manpower for holiday weekends, say 4th of July weekend, or?
Yes, boats are always manned. So the part-time, we're always manned on the holiday weekends. Also,
you have more boats on the water during the busy times because there's just more to take care of.
Well, the holiday weekends are all the time.
Holiday weekends.
Yes, there were more boats on. We made sure that everybody's basically working on the holiday weekends.
Okay, so
yes.
they schedule based on what they think the volume of lake traffic is going to be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Smith, you may.
How you doing, Sergeant? Just for clarification, so supplemental boat, or you've got supplemental help, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's a part-time person, correct?
Yes, sir. It's supplemental help. We have supplemental help consists of one or two types of officers.
Okay.
Prior water patrol, full-time water patrol, or
Okay, because in my mind, I just needed to clear that up, because I'm thinking when you said supplemental, then that means there's a part-time person working, but that's not the case. That may be somebody that's on the road at one point who had worked maybe water patrol. So, okay, it's just supplemental help, not necessarily a part-time individual filling in, correct?
okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, other questions from the committee? Representative Miller?
Inquire.
You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, you mentioned zones. You've got 2 on the water, correct? I'm going back to the zones a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And you have 4 around the lake that you can draw supplemental help from?
Yes, 2 Camden, 1 Millard, 1 Morgan.
Okay. And we had heard already that we really depend on the colonel doesn't know how to fly a plane, but he can drive fast. I think we heard that they both can drive fast. And so, yeah, so we've got that. So now we're down to our zone sergeants, okay? Of those 4 zone sergeants, how many are water qualified?
1.
Okay.
He used to be a full-time water patrol officer in the early 2000s. I think he left us in 2002 or 2003, went to the highway patrol. He came into my zone as a corporal, and he got promoted to the sergeant of Miller County January of this year.
Okay. All right. So we have 1 of 4 that are qualified to be on the water.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. We were talking about boats and people and stuff. The boat you currently operate, what's the age of it and the average age of the fleet that we have out there?
My Donzi, it was the first one. I believe I got it in June or July of 2004. So it's 10 years old.
10 years old. And you put quite a few hours on that, I would imagine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We did a little work on kind of changing how those boats got bought, if I remember right. But as you're due for replacement, do we have any extras out there, or what do we got going on with the boats?
Right now, I believe we have 4 Donzis in replacement boats that are in Jeff City.
4 boats. And any idea when we got those? Because I think starting January 30th, there's a little, because unfortunately we kind of put a restriction on anything over 100,000. I think at some points. I think each one of those is over that limit. But so did we get those prior to January? I mean,
yes,
June 30th.
I think we received those in April, first part of April.
Okay, so we got 4 boats, and they're now in service.
No, they're not.
Okay. Now I'm getting into something that it's a personal nature, and I just want to know, because I appreciate you being here. Prior to the merger, were you for the merger?
Yes, I was.
And at this point now, would you change that outlook?
It's a topic that goes through my mind quite a bit. Some days, no, we need to go back to the old water patrol, but most days I think we need to continue on with what we're doing. I think we need to make, not reinvent the entire wheel. I think it's a good concept. But there's a couple small changes that I think can be made, but it's just like I said, in my opinion, and we would, I think, function pretty well, at least like the Ozarks. Statewide, I don't communicate with that many guys as far as getting their input, but we're not that far from being where I think we need to be at Lake the Ozarks.
I agree. I tend to remember a water patrol and not a water enforcement. I recall when your job was to protect and serve, and to be honest, some days I miss that. So I appreciate you being here today, Sergeant. Thank you.
Welcome.
Are there other questions from the committee members? I'm going to go back and ask you to talk a little bit about the field training.
Okay.
Could you go through that process of what it takes to be field trained?
For the full-time officer, that, and he is the only officer that's been at Lake the Ozarks to come up from the road to work the water and fully trained to work the water and be 100% competent and independent. He went through, I believe it was a 6-week, and I think one of the staff members at Troop F went through the old Water Patrol merger, or the prior merger field training guide. It took out the most important parts of the water because, like somebody else testified, these guys are already police officers. There are some things they don't need to go back and redo. So they basically just the water-oriented items that were very important to be able to work on the water independently. Those items were taken out and put into what we call a merger training guide. In that merger training guide, after I think the first year, it was refined a little bit because of language with general orders versus special orders. Once they got rid of special orders, and part of that merger or field training is we make them read all the water orders, whether it used to be special, but after the we had put it under the direction of the troops, they changed the language as general orders, but either or is just guidelines or policies that we need to read. They also do a shadow time where the supervisor, me, has to ride with this officer in civilian clothes for a number of days, and then we follow this officer around at a distance, just be in the general area after he completes that to make sure he's not going to have no problems. On the part-time officers that we were talking about, there was nothing except for the email. The only thing that was basically required was lake navigation.
Okay. So to my mind, if you're going to be field trained as a marine operations officer, you should be able to handle certainly a Donzer, which is a very expensive boat, in rough water, recognize when the lake levels are different, if there's you're entering kind of a hazardous water where there's flood. What other areas that need to be covered through field training so that, you know, we have the competency out on the water?
Ma'am, it started before they even get to the water. There was great concern that some of these part-timers didn't take the final swim test at the academy. For whatever reason, they were hurt, whatever, and they graduated from the 4-week boat class. They didn't even take the test, much less pass it. So that was of great concern to us, and that was one of the, so that's always in the back of our minds. And some officers were very, I guess, nervous. I don't know what the right word is.
Not comfortable?
Yes, with the boats, because these are 29-foot boats. When we're going to emergency calls, you're doing over 60 mile an hour, very rough water. I hit waves. You have to know how to read a wake. You can't just hit a boat going or a wake that's going that fast, you'll flip it over. You have to know how to read the wakes. When you come out of the water, you come out of the water with your engine, your propeller spinning. That takes practice. That takes stick time. That takes experience. That has to be second nature to you. If it's not, you're going to get hurt. And some of us had great concerns with that. Just overall operations. We pull up next to $1 million boat. It takes a little bit of skill and boat driving abilities to pull up to that, identify the driver for one thing, even know who you're be talking to, and conducting your business in water that's when you have 4 or 5 foot rollers out there coming over. It takes a little bit of practice to do that, and that's part of the field training with the full-time. We make sure that those officers can handle all those situations. Nighttime, you can't be worried about where you're going. You have to be able to know the lake like the back of your hand. And at nighttime, there's even greater concerns. People don't have navigation lights on. We're chasing those people down. You have all kinds of oncoming traffic coming at you. You can run one of those people over real easy if you're not paying attention. You can't get that part-time. It's impossible. You have to do that day in and day out to maintain your proficiency. And that's some of the concerns, even with the prior water patrol officers that have done this for years. They come out and work the weekends, and they said it takes them just a day or so to get back into the groove. And that's, I appreciate the effort these officers are bringing. I appreciate the help. They're all very capable. This is coming from their own words, that it just takes them, by the time they get the hang of it, their shift is over.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going back to that field training because it looks like one of the recommendations for this training in the boat, the field training program, came from the Water Patrol, you know, as the merger was taking place, and they recommended that there should be 4 to 8 weeks. This training would provide time for the trooper to ride along, to work with an experienced officer. He could learn how to operate the boat, make boat stops, as well as become acquainted with the waterway he was patrolling. So what you're saying is that there's not any 8-week period of time now, that this recommendation basically wasn't followed.
Ma'am, it's the only course I've heard of is 4 weeks. The academy class that for marine operations. There is a 3-day basic school that the patrol gives on, and I'm not that familiar with it. I think
basic watercraft.
Basic water. It's open for all the troopers statewide, and they even open up to other agencies. They come in. They do some classroom work. They go out to the Missouri River. I've been involved with that stuff. Going out to the rivers and driving the boats, and I don't remember them coming down to the lake to do Donzie training at Basic Day May. There's been so much training, it's hard to keep it all straight as far as if they come down and do any Donzie work. In the 4-week school that they do, they come down for, I believe it's 2 days, and we do boat ops in the Donzies. Officers, like say, from all over the state who's in this class will come down and get a little bit of stake time in the Donzies, but it's very limited.
How fast do those go?
Depends how much fuel you're carrying. If I'm light, I can run about 61, 62. If I'm carrying full load, it's about 58, 59.
The Donzies?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, you stated that you were in the Coast Guard prior to coming to the Lake
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
Ozarks? Okay. Were you put through some sort of water training program? Was there a requirement, a test that you had to pass?
Yes, when I was in basic training, we did extensive swimming. And then in the aviation part, we do a different type of training, not so much swimming distance. It's being able to get out of a mock helicopter. They have this barrel, they put us down, they spin it around, take you down about 15 feet. They blindfold you and you have to get out of it. Reference if a helicopter went down, you have to be able to get out of it, and that kind of training. Not so much distance, it's basically panic, how you're going to do in a panic situation.
Okay. Now, I know you said that you were for the merger.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And I think the expectation for a lot of folks is, certainly in the legislature, Representative Conway, that you were there, that the only thing that would really change is the color of the uniform. And do you feel that way now? You know, that things have changed even since that the year right after the merger, everything felt like it was going pretty well. Has there been a change since that point to now?
Well, obviously the amount of officers working like the Ozarks is nothing like it was when we pre-merger. However, I know the economy went south. The boating traffic and the trends at Lake the Ozarks ain't near as what they were back before the merger in 2007, 2008 levels. At that time, we had 22 officers and 1 clerical. You know, is that amount needed right now? I don't believe it is with the current trends of the boating traffic at Lake the Ozarks. And, you know, like I testified earlier, the supplemental help, I mean, I love those guys' help. I mean, it's great to have it. But when they're telling me in their own words that, hey, I've been out of the game for a couple of weeks, I need to, you know, that kind of raises a red flag to me a little bit. It's a great concept because you can't, these guys, you know, the lake ain't busy all the time. I think somewhere in the middle is where we can come to.
It's kind of problematic, isn't it? You know, that point of it. I guess I have one more question. Can you speak to response times to accidents or incidences? Do you have anything to say to that? I'm not sure why I have this question, but
that's kind of. It's a question. I mean, it's a good question. I understand what you're getting at, but it's emergencies happen this time of year. We only may have 2 guys on this time of year at nighttime or after hours. So I think that our response time is still within reasonable limits. I've never heard one complain about us not getting to a call on time or something bad happening to where our not showing up made a difference or not.
Okay, and just for those folks that don't get out on the water much, a water patrol officer, when they respond to an accident or incident, has to be able to be the ambulance, you know, that shows up for that. Sometimes they have to help folks in the water who, what other responsibilities when there's no backup per se for them of those kinds of emergency vehicles. So what other, I think, critical, essential skills do they have to have in order to respond to crashes, boating accidents, things that happen on the lake?
Well, there are
or the waterways. I'm so prejudiced, the waterways.
At least at Lake the Ozarks, I'm sure a lot of lakes don't have them, but we have fire boats several of them on the lake. They will eventually show up. Immediately, we have a lot of things going on. Obviously, our first priority is getting people that I've been in the water several times throughout my career, helping people get out of the water after a boat crash when they're in the water. If you have a boat pile up and there's people inside the boat and their boat can't run and there's nobody to drive it, you have to get them into a dock. You have to know which, you got to be pretty quick thinker. You want to get your fire department and ambulance en route, and you have to know the lake pretty good. So you can take them to what side of the lake you're going to. You have to know basically the land area too to get them in there. If it's a lake road or a marina, you have to basically know where it's at. So I can tell the fire department I'm going down to Pier 31 or I'm going to Village Marina or wherever. You have to tow them in. You have to make it pretty quick. You got to be pretty proficient. When you get to a dock, you got to be able to tow the boat into a dock without. If there's somebody that has injuries, don't be banging that boat around if they're already injured. You don't want to make it worse. Or sometimes you have to put them on your boat. And if you're by yourself, you get a lot of different things going on. You have to basically prioritize. If you have to get somebody in right away and you still got people out there in the water, there's just a lot of things going on there at these things. It just takes experience. There's no book to tell you how to do the stuff. It just takes experience and knowledge to be able to do it.
And then if I were on the water and I needed assistance and I called in, is this an improvement over what the Water Patrol previously did? Is the communication between myself and the agency that could help me, has that been has that been increased?
Very much so. In the old Water Patrol days, somebody calling a complaint, and I'm not trying to offend anybody here, but a lot of these weekend homeowners, they don't know, especially for the 911 addressing system, these coves all have different names, and somebody might call a cove one, somebody else may call the cove something else, and sometimes trying to find these places, it takes a while. However, with the Highway Patrol, we have this, like the Colonel talked about, we have our computer system, and in this computer system, if our dispatcher gets their address, they press a button, I can open up my map, and it takes me right to it. There's an arrow or a yellow line that takes me right to it. So the technology part of this merger is just outstanding. We have, like you talked about, we have our computers in our boat. I can run people up, see if there's warrants or see who they are, and I can. Somebody on boats, you don't need driver's license, so I can run somebody up and get their picture right there, and I can see if it's them or not. So the technology is dramatically improved as far as that part of it.
It's been a real benefit.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
The folks in Missouri that use the waterways, definitely. Yeah. Is there any other? I know that we heard about quite a few of the benefits there. Are there any of the others that you'd like to highlight from the merger?
Last summer, we had an officer involved in a two-boat collision. He was out in the water. It was a pretty dire accident. And the response that we had, the road officer was able to come out, ride with one of the Marine officers, and they were able to get the patrol boat shut down before it ran over the officer. It was something it's the unthinkable happened. However, if that road officer wasn't available to help out, our officer was able to drive, and the road officer jumped in, and we basically chased our own boat down, got up alongside it, and he jumped over in the other boat and stopped it. Those kind of things are invaluable. And then the response as far as getting the boats out of the water, doing all the pre-accident stuff as far as the investigations, having a lot of resources that we never had in the old Water Patrol to take care of it. So there are definite benefits to it. Our zone office at Osage Beach, it's state-of-the-art, and we brought 4 zones into one zone office. Mm-hmm. So when we're working in the wintertime, if I'm working the road, I don't do it full-time. In the wintertime, if I have a question, I usually have another road officer there to help me with something, or if I'm checking reports from an officer and it's something I'm not that familiar with, there's always a road zone sergeant or a road trooper there, and vice versa. If they need some help on the water or question with an accident report or whatever, we're usually got somebody available to share information. So there's a lot of benefits to it, to this merger. It's just tweaking it a little bit.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think we've got a question here. Representative Wood?
Just one quick question inquiry here.
Yes.
Please. Thank you. And you kind of somewhat answered it in your response there, but you've spent most of your career on the water, correct? You were water patrol, and since you've been in the highway patrol, you've worked the water for the most part.
Yes, sir.
So if we were to take you and put you in a cruiser on 4th of July weekend on Highway 54 and ask you to patrol those roads by yourself, would you feel comfortable doing that?
After the merger, to answer your question, now I would, but right after the merger, when I got signed off on it, I had to go work the interstate up on Highway 70. I never worked the interstate before in my life. I'm in a truck, it's not a pursuit. My truck, first car that went by me was doing like 100. I was basically a fish out of the water. I was way in over my head. However, that's what I needed to do, so I did it. So to answer your question, now I would, because I've been doing it a little bit more, but at first it was something that was very, I shouldn't have done it.
It's a new environment. And,
yes.
Would it have been beneficial for you to work in a proximity? So if we put you on that road with a patrolman that normally works Highway 54 on 4th of July, and you're with just a couple of miles, so you have response time, similar to what you're saying with the training, that you have somebody close with the full-time officers for a week or two so they can see how you react to things, and if you need help, someone's there.
Yes.
So if we do that for all of our water officers, not just the ones that are there full-time, it may be a good idea. I mean, additional training and additional help is never a bad idea.
In theory, but let's say if, I don't know if you're that familiar with the lake, since you're from Morgan County, let's say if you're the supplemental officer that day and I'm going to be the full-time guy. What happens if I arrest somebody, have to take them in, and leaves you out there by yourself?
Well, I'm by myself now, so at least having someone close most of the time is going to be better than being by myself all the time. Additional help is never a bad thing. I know it costs money, but maybe money well spent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Phillips, is that a sign?
Yes, it is. You're very perceptive to inquire, Madam Chair.
You may.
I'll make it as quick as possible. Thank you, Sergeant, for being here. Gives us a real perspective from your point of view. And I've dealt with those supplemental folks before, but not water and highway patrol related. But it can get pretty challenging on the schedule once in a while because, frankly, if you got supplemental people, a lot of times you ignore that and have to schedule the folks that you know you can absolutely depend on. I may be off base on that now, but back in the day, you didn't rely on some of these folks that were supplemental on your behalf. But my question to you is, you've mentioned a couple of times, and it'd be real valuable if it's not painting you into a corner and you feel comfortable answering this. A couple of times you've said it could use some tweaking. You said it's a valuable merger. Things are generally going pretty well. But to put your mechanic hat on now and fine-tune this engine called the Highway Patrol merged with the Water Patrol, what couple of things would you do if you could wave the magic wand and see it better? If you can answer that.
I proposed first I talked to all the other zone sergeants. I talked to the other Marine sergeant, talked to the guys in my zone, and talked to the 4 road zone sergeants. And everybody was totally on board with the plan. The other sergeant and I came up with a magic number of, if I had 7 full-time officers, Marines officers, I wouldn't need the part-time help. that we talked about FTEs. Nobody wants to or give up an FTE or come to the legislature and ask for more help. The Miller and Morgan County zone sergeant said they'd be more than happy to give up a FTE if they'd have to get out of if they could get out of the boat business, because the Morgan County zone sergeant, he has no interest in the water. He can't even swim. Yeah, he's tasked with supervising marine officer too. And the same thing for one of the Camden County zones. They don't know anything about the boats, the maintenance, all the scheduling stuff that needs to be done. Then in the wintertime, we would take 2, possibly 3 of these extra people that we have and put them back into the road zones full-time for the winter. That way, instead of hodgepodge and their supplemental, saves Morgan County. I'd give up an officer back to the Morgan County in the wintertime. That way, he's always working the road, and by the time he learns it again, they can get some use out of him until the next spring when he goes back on the water, and he'd be a full-time commitment all winter long. And then if that one didn't work, the training for the part-time help, we may go a week and train a day or 2 with the guy, skip a week or 2, train again. And it was inconsistent training, whether it's my Coast Guard training or the Water Patrol training or Highway Patrol road training. All the training is done consistently and regularly, so you don't lose what you lose the week before. You know, if I have to play catch-up from the week before, we ain't gaining a whole lot. We're going to always be catching up. Standardization, that's necessary. And I think doing this, we can eliminate that hodgepodge training and get it all done, and where the officer can start learning stuff instead of always playing catch-up.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Miller.
To inquire.
You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, just real quick, you mentioned prior to the merger, I think you did, how would you categorize the years of service on the water prior to the merger? Would you say it was a few years, decades, half a century?
I'd say any given time prior merger, if you accumulate the number of hours, if I'm understanding you right, for everybody that's on that particular day, it varied between 50 to 75.
And after the merger?
Probably half or less, because we always seems like I'm always training somebody. We never have a full complement of help.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. I truly appreciate you coming.
You're welcome.
And giving us one of those boots on the ground examples of what's going on, and your suggestions as well.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sergeant. Next, we're going to go ahead. We have a couple, or several actually, of retired Water Patrol members, and we're going to go to Rad Talbert and Mike Smith. If you all would come up, please. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for coming today. I don't know if it feels kind of hollow not to say colonel or to say another title there as you come up, but we certainly appreciate your years of service on the water to the state of Missouri. Thank you for coming today, and I'll let you open.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you. Committee members, I'll introduce myself. I'm retired Colonel Rad Talbert.
Rad, I'm going to ask you to speak more
in closer.
into that. Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Retired Colonel Rad Talbert. I served with the Water Patrol from 2000. Well, I was the colonel for the Water Patrol for 2005 till 2009. I had 29 years of service when I made colonel. I was the first one to come from the ranks of the department in 25 years. And so it's been a while since I walked these halls, and when Lieutenant Colonel and I start talking about the Water Patrol, you'll probably start seeing our chests swell, because the Water Patrol has always been very important to us, and we've always been very proud of it. I'll go ahead and, during my tenure of the Water Patrol, I served as 7 years of Director of Training early in my career. For 24 years, I trained officers and recruits, and I patrolled on Current River down in southeast Missouri for 25 of those years. I'll go ahead and let Lieutenant Colonel Mike Smith, who's retired also, give a little background on himself.
Good afternoon. I retired after 24 years and 10 months, 4 years ago today, actually, from the Water Patrol. Been stationed in southeast Missouri, north central Missouri, Lake of the Ozarks, and here in Jeff City. After the colonel stepped down, I was appointed acting commissioner and held that position until I retired October 1st of well, actually, officially it was November 1st, but I left October 1st of 2014.
What we're going to talk about today is we're going to start out with just a short, brief history of how the merge occurred on our perspective, and then we're going to finish up with the benefits of the Water Patrol being a standalone agency as we see it. When Governor Nixon took office in 2009, his chief of staff called me over for an interview to see, because they were picking department heads, and so I went over to interview with his chief of staff. He asked me a lot of questions and wanted to know if I still wanted to stay. I told him I did. His third question concerned me because the third question he asked me was, what is my opinion on the merging the Water Patrol with the Highway Patrol? So I kind of saw at that point what they had kind of looking at in mind. So it was shortly after that that the state was in physical trouble. A lot of states were at that time. And the cuts came down from the governor's office on all departments. The Highway Patrol, who had over 1,000 officers, were cut 15 officers. That was the recommendation. The Water Patrol at that time had 94. We were cut 22 officers. In law enforcement, we call that a clue, that somebody had an axe to grind with us, in our opinion. So the Highway Patrol started on a COPS grant, which was being offered by the federal government. They completed their COPS grant, sent it through DPS, and got it approved that they could submit it. And so we decided to go with our own COPS grant for our 22 officers. Even the grant writer for the Highway Patrol even came over and helped us. We've always had a good relationship with the Highway Patrol, and they helped us. We submitted our COPS grant through DPS. Deputy Director Andrea Spillers called me back, said, "You're not going to be able to submit your COPS grant, and the governor's office doesn't want it." And I asked why, and she wouldn't give me an answer. She said, "They just don't want you to submit it." So we were kind of dead in the water there. Luckily, we had worked with the legislatures very closely for the last 4 years. They gave us parity with most departments throughout the state, and they put our 22 officers back in the budget. And so that was good news for us. In April of 2009, I was relieved of my duty. No longer, they went a different direction. And so in 2010, there was a bill put up to merge the two agencies. Me being retired, I was able to come over here and talk to the committee members and try to show them why the Water Patrol should stay as a standalone agency. During those committee hearings, it was told to the committees that the savings would be $3 million for the state. Personally, I didn't see it, because what they would say was administrative staff would be cut down. That would have been our whole administrative staff at that point to be gotten rid of. And so I just couldn't see the $3 million. Some of the representatives later on told me that their physical note showed $1 million. So I went on their word. I saw a couple years later that the state treasurer did a audit on the merge, and it showed that it had lost money. So I really at no point saw where the merge could give the state a savings. And so that's basically the history on what I saw on the merge. The benefits of the Water Patrol being a standalone agency is one of them that sticks out above all others. There have been other governors and senators and representatives that have approached the Water Patrol for years, asking them about merging the two departments together. And we always gave them the same answers. One governor put together a commission in 1984. Those results are out there. Their recommendation was not to do it, that it wouldn't save any money. I don't know the year of the other one, but there's been a lot of talk on these. So the same points during the committee hearings that I brought forward to these hearings in 2010. The biggest point that sticks out is manpower. The system that the Water Patrol had was they considered us seasonal. Of course, we worked all year long, but seasonal, what we could do, and Representative Conway hit on this a little bit earlier in this meeting, was we worked extra hours during the weekends. We gained overtime. And instead of paying the officers for the overtime, we took them off during the wintertime when things slowed down. By having officers out on the waterways extra hours, 10 to 12-hour shifts on weekends when everybody was out there, it kept us from having to put two shifts out there of two guys. One guy could cover what two guys if you worked an 8-hour shift. And so this was a huge savings for the state. It saved the state probably 25 to 30 man-hours, people being hired to cover those same waterways. And so in order for, in my opinion, the Highway Patrol to cover the same bodies of water, it's going to take more manpower to do it, and to do it effectively on 8-hour shifts. And that's what's got us through for 50 years. People understanding that that's a savings that doesn't even show on a physical note. I have a handout on that I'd like to present to the members, if that's okay. This handout that I handed you kind of shows the training that the Water Patrol had as of 2008 and 2009. This was taken directly out of our 50-year anniversary yearbook, and it was put together by our officers back at that time. Missouri has always been known throughout the Marine agency throughout the nation as the best Water Patrol trained officers in the nation. For 50 years, we were looked upon as one of the best. There's a NASBLA conference that all the head administrators for Marine officers go to every year. It's the National Association of State Boating Law Association. And I think Captain Hopp is going to be talking a little bit more about that later. But they would always come to us for ideas, because we were always on the leading edge of what was going on. We had the best instructors. For the last 14 to 16 years throughout the nation, we led the nation in drug arrests and BWI arrests, and we were making our state safer. And we were getting out and working hard, spending a lot of hours during the summertime out on the waterways, and it was working. If you'll see that down towards the bottom of the page, The last years we had was 1,217 hours of training, and which far exceeded the state's minimum. And our academy lasted for 6 months. It's the longest academy of any other Marine agency at that time. There's probably about 2 to 2.5 months of it that we used highway patrol instructors. They would come in and teach to us criminal law, arrest, search, and seizure, and other such classes that they had their expertise in that they gave at the academy, and that would really help us out. But the rest of it was given by Water Patrol officers who had done the job, been out there doing it, and could train the officers as to what they were going to come up against as far as flood duty, boat stops, and anything that they would accomplish. Of the 94 officers that we had out in the state, 24 of them taught in the academy, plus 2 of our dispatchers. So we had a lot of people involved in our academy. It was unmatched by any. Well, I better go on because I'm starting to brag now. But our training is unmatched by any others. Once they got out of the academy, they went to work with a field training officer. They rode with them, and then eventually for a couple weeks they rode with an officer. Then the officer would let them start doing the driving and doing the actual work themselves, and they would just be observed. And most of this training was for about 8 weeks, depending on the officer. Sometimes it was a little bit shorter if they were really catching on. Sometimes if they weren't catching on quite so quickly, it was 10 weeks or more. But the norm was probably around 8 weeks. So by the time they got done, now in some of our areas, if they had a shorter time period, it was because on our smaller rivers, they were very dangerous, and we worked officers in pairs. So they was going to be with the seasoned officer all the time anyway, so that's when the time period would be different. So that's basically our training, if anybody has any questions about that. Okay. In 2005, the Water Patrol started going through CALEA. It's an accredited law enforcement association. It goes through, and there's 23 other departments in Missouri that were in that. We were the very first Marine agency to go through CALEA. We were very proud of it. We successfully completed it. But when the representatives from CALEA came and talked with us to help start going over our policy and our books, they had never come across anything like this before. It showed the differences between officers out on the road and Marine officers. They said, we're going to have to basically reinvent the wheel on this because we've never seen anything like this before in all the CALEA agencies that they had reviewed before. So that gives you a basic idea of the differences between road officers and Marine officers. Whenever I would go to the NASBLA conferences, NASBLA was when all the head agencies from other departments got together. Most of your Marine agencies in other states are either with the Department of Natural Resources for Conservation Department. I think there's about 6 of them that are with DPS, such as us. While I was going through NASBLA, I think there was only 2 that was a standalone agency. I would have other departments coming up to me from other states, their representatives saying, give me some ideas of how we can get out from underneath our agency to give our legislators, because we're second chair. We can't get anywhere. And we see that you guys are so far above the curve in what you do. We need some ideas. And I've got this quite frequently when I was at the NASBLA conferences. One thing that that this committee really needs to think about as far as the training of it is that eventually, as to me is going to cause problems is flood duty. You can't understand the dangers of flood duty if you're not out in a boat every day doing the job, getting that experience. Flood duty is very dangerous. You got to know how to operate in the current, how to approach a house or anything in the current, upriver or downriver. And if you've never worked the waterways before and you're supervising people that's going out there, you just ain't got a clue unless you've done it. Yeah. It's kind of like if you've highway patrolmen who go through the academy before they go into the academy at the highway patrol. People tell them how bad it is and how all the push-ups and the hollering and screaming at them is how rough it is, and you can't really understand it until you're there. And this is one of them situations. Until you're out there with swift running water, you've got to be on your game. And this is something that a lot of training needs to be put in on the flood duty.
We have a question.
Sure.
Before Representative Miller?
To inquire.
You may.
Thank you. Colonel, before we get too far,
sure.
I want to kind of go back to something you said about the history before.
Okay.
Kind of struck me as, because I may be a little sensitive, which that would be a shock. But we get to where we have heard, in fact, a little bit, that we, being the legislative body, had cut 10 civilian people out of the patrol. Heard that. Now, I'm kind of getting my timing right. Maybe that happened, and it appears that it was on the cusp of when the merger was not quite done yet. It was done prior because they didn't get the reports done in 2010 because of these cuts.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't figure how that 10 civilian cuts would even figure into the $3 million that they're going to save.
When I asked about the 3 million cuts and asked them to show me on paper how that played out, they couldn't give me an answer.
Okay, but the same group, I put them all together, that just said we cut 10 civilians, tried to cut 22 out of your corps?
Yes, sir.
22 on-the-ground officers, correct?
That was the recommendation of the governor's office.
22 on the ground. This is prior to the merger.
Correct, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I thought I heard that right. Please continue. Thank you.
That's, except for my closing, that's basically all I have, and I'll give the mic over to Lieutenant Colonel.
I don't have a whole lot. I was here during the merger, or up until a couple of months before the merger. The officers and the civilian staff that Representative Miller is talking about, I actually found out about the civilian staff about 2 minutes before the Senate cut them. And I asked the assistant director of DPS how we were supposed to operate, and it was going to be taken care of by the Highway Patrol. We were going to transfer those functions. So there was no communications on what they were getting ready to do. It was a very disturbing time for me to go back and tell my 20 employees, you're out of a job. The other thing that I was a little concerned about when Captain Recklow was talking about everything that we gained by putting the Water Patrol into the Highway Patrol, the tornadoes, the snow, those things were all done by the Water Patrol prior to this merger. They called for assistance. We sent them officers. We sent them trucks. And any major event in the state that needed more manpower, the Water Patrol people were sent anyway. So that merger did not, in my mind, did not increase that capability at all. One other thing I had a question about, one of the things that I fought for, in fact, the only thing I got, I think, during this whole time that I was fighting this merger, was a major's position was added for a Water Patrol Division Commander, which at that time was Tommy Rome. And I wanted that because we needed representation at the Highway Patrol Command table, and was given that. And recently, when Major Rome retired, that position was given to a quite capable man, don't get me wrong, but it was not a Water Patrol person who had any background in the Water Patrol at all. So we lost the major's position, which is now being handled by Captain Richardson. That's all I have.
Any questions from the committee? Well, go ahead and complete. Were you done?
May I
Go
close?
right ahead.
The Water Patrol was my career and my passion. Some of the examples that the accomplishments of the Water Patrol, we sent officers to Katrina, and when they first got there, we had a group that started helping out, getting people out of Katrina, out of New Orleans, and one of our officers happened to see the Branson ducks sitting down there on a parking lot, and so he went over and talked to them, and they asked what they were doing there, and they said, "Well, we came down to assist, but we've just been standing here for days and nobody's done anything." And he said, "We're getting ready to leave." He said, "Don't leave. Stay right there." So he went to the command post, our officer, and said, "Hey, you're not using a vital resource here." And so what they started doing was, it was miles and miles to get out to these residential areas to get people off these homes. They would take the ducks out into the center of it, and the patrol boats would just start bringing the people into the ducks and loading it up, and then it would take them miles back into shore, and it just saves so much time, and that's just the ingenuity and the know-how of the Water Patrol. In the flood of '93, to show the dedication of the Water Patrol, most of us were away from our homes for about 6 weeks. Myself, I was at St. Genevieve, and I got to go home one weekend to see my family. But that's just, we lived there for 6 weeks until the floodwaters went down, protecting the people's homes, keeping people out of the area, and saving people. And it's just the dedication. Part of during that time, the Water Patrol officers, which is, some of them still talk about, is at one area where caskets started popping up out of their graves, and they had to start going around and collecting bodies and caskets, and it's not part of the job you like.
Maneuver a boat.
Yeah. But the officers themselves, they were all very proud of what they did. They would a lot of times have to leave their families and be called out on drownings and stuff, but it was their job and they was proud of it. And through the years, making the Missouri State Water Patrol the best agency, in my opinion, in the nation, said something for them. To me, it's sad that it took one man's opinion to take that away, because it wasn't studied enough. And it hasn't shown that it saved money. It hasn't shown that the training's better. It's just gone. And to me, it's sad. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the committee for this witness? All right, I have a couple. Now, I'm, as I've said, familiar with Lake of the Ozarks, and I know that they're driving while intoxicated, or unsafe driving, or there's certainly drugs there. But would you educate me a little bit on our rivers, the kinds of things that the Water Patrol had done, enforcing the laws on the different navigable rivers? Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Back when I first started, I was one of the first ones that patrolled the small rivers, because we was just starting to have problems with them. A lot of partying going on, and I was one of the first ones out there. But by the time I left, we had many, many officers on our smaller rivers. It was like Mardi Gras out there on the Merrimack, the Elk River, the Niangua. It was getting to be horrible fights all the time. In fact, we had to start making officers work in pairs just for safety. We really started getting a handle on it and getting it slowed down. each officer themselves would make anywhere from 100 to 200 drug arrests a year. And our rivers were really bad.
Why do people go out on the rivers and party?
Because it's a poor man's boat, basically, and it was inexpensive. It drew the partying crowd after a while, and it was a place for them to go have fun. But it would start getting out of hand. We would have the livery people that rented out the canoes start coming to us, say, "Hey, our family groups are leaving, and they're tearing up our campgrounds. It's getting rough out there, and we need some help." And so we started getting more officers on our smaller rivers. While I was colonel, I would get letters constantly on Boy Scout groups that inadvertently would float the rivers, the small rivers, and they would write to me about what can we do about our small rivers. This was no place for me to be taking a Boy Scout group because it was horrible. And we were really starting to get a grasp on it. And I don't know how it is now. I haven't been involved in it, but that was one of our problem childs.
Oh, look at these guys. They're ready to go now. Representative Phillips.
Do I get the nod, Madam
do.
Chair? Thank you. To inquire.
You may.
You hit on something there, Colonel, that it reminded me there's a real difference in enforcement on the water, obviously, but the mentality of the people that you're dealing with is different. The folks on the highway aren't necessarily out there recreationally. Most of them have a need to be there. They're traveling to and from work, they're crossing the country to vacation or whatever. Their mentality is totally different than somebody that's out for recreational purposes for the most part, because most people aren't out driving their boat to work and back. They're out there having a good time, and all of a sudden they view this guy as interrupting or gal, interrupting their good time. Yeah. And so the whole approach to that is different. Certainly the way you operate, and especially on a road, you get pretty good at determining how you can operate a patrol car, but the conditions don't change a lot. Where on the water, the conditions can change within a few minutes, and so that's all an important thing. But what I wanted to bring up just real quickly was the visibility. I keep hearing from the people down in southwest Missouri about the lack of visibility. And I'm one of those sergeants that retired 8 years ago, and I can say that if you talk to the guys down there, they say they've probably never seen me in the zone office. So I don't chum around, I don't hang around. I got gone, not because I was glad to get gone, but just because I just don't think it's my role anymore to be hanging around and being involved in any of that. So my information comes from the public, and especially the public that makes their living on the lakes and so forth. We've got a number of dock owners, as you know, and so forth. Blanketly, they say, without a doubt, the visibility is way down. And they also tell me that basically the Highway Patrol's taking a reactive approach for the most part. And that is that when something happens, they'll respond, and they do so well. It works out fine. But generally speaking, you're not going to go out there. And I can say personally, I'm out on the lake quite a bit. I can't say that I've seen a Highway Patrol boat go by yet. Now, maybe it's just, maybe I need to get on the water a little more. I can see Table Rock Lake from my house, but I'm not sure that I could identify a Highway Patrol boat. But my point is this, and Colonel Replogle, and you guys will certainly remember when Glenn Jarvis was Water Patrol way back many years ago and was assigned over to Bull Shoals Lake. I think he was there 9 years.
Yep.
Every time I went to Bull Shoals Lake, I saw Glenn Jarvis. I really did. I don't remember ever going there. I thought, does this guy ever spend any time at home? He was there every waking hour, it seemed like. And to the point that he knew everybody. All the locals that were out there, he knew them, cut up with them, all that. There never was a drowning in those 9 years he was there. within 6 months after he left and came to work for the Highway Patrol, I think he was a weight inspector, as I recall, they had their first drowning. Now, maybe that's totally coincidental. I don't know, but I think there's a real correlation between visibility. You know, if you're out there party hardy and you're half tanked up and you decide it's a good idea, hey, let's take the jet skis out and have some fun on them, and about that time you look up and you see a highway patrol boat going by, even drunks got better sense than that. They're going to give it a while. They're not going to get out there and do it. That visibility makes a huge difference. It really does. So I appreciate you two being here today, because I know you both from the past, and both did a great job for your agency while you had command of it. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
sir.
Representative Woods.
To inquire.
You may.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I know agencies, no matter what kind of agencies they are, they can be competitive, and I'm sure there was a certain amount of competition between the Water Patrol and the Highway Patrol, and a lot of times that can be healthy. But do you feel that in your time with the Water Patrol that you worked effectively with the Highway Patrol to the point when you needed assistance and you could call them into the docks and have them take care of situations? Do you feel that that cooperation was there in your time, or do you think that might be a benefit having it under one agency, that it's a little easier to coordinate with it under one?
Thank you for asking that question. In my time period, we worked most of the time very close with the Highway Patrol. It would depend on the colonels. Towards the end of my career, very closely. If you'll ask a lot of the troopers who their best colonel was, they'll probably say Stottlemyre. He was colonel when I was up here, when I first started out, and he even went and talked to legislatures for me to help us get parity. Great supporter. And whenever they called, we would go out and help them. I would have troopers come out to work drownings and get in the boat and help us drag when they got there. Very good cooperation. And I don't know that the Highway Patrol even wanted the Water Patrol when it actually became looking at merging them two together, honestly. Because we'd always benefited of us being our own agency. Whenever there was ice storms and stuff, they would immediately call us to help out since we had the four-wheel drive trucks, and it was always a great relationship. So yeah, there wasn't any problems.
You're right, there was a competitive component to that, and there's always going to be. But in my career, I can't ever say we had a problem with the Highway Patrol. If we needed assistance or we needed something, we called them, we got it worked out. I mean, there's hiccups along the way, but the relationship was great over the years, and I can answer the Colonel's question. Colonel Replogle may not want to answer it, but I can answer it for him because we talked about it. Neither one of us wanted the merger. But it was put on us, and he's done what he's had to do with what he was dealt. And, you know, and for the most part, they've done a good job. But I still don't think it's the effective way to run a Marine unit. They've totally lost their identity. And there's a reason that the United States government has an Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, whatever. They're all very good at what they do, but they also work good together. And we had that relationship with the Highway Patrol before this merger. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there another question we can go to? Okay. Pause for me just for a minute. Now, I have a couple of questions about funding. I understand that there had been some dedicated funding to use for marine safety from the Coast Guard, which is a federal agency. Could you talk a little bit about that funding that you'd received?
The federal funding for the Water Patrol is what was called the Old Wallet Bureau Fund. And that fund was for marine agencies given out by the U.S. Coast Guard, and it had to be used only for marine use, for patrolling out on the waterways, safety programs, and in fact, depending on the amount of boats that you had registered and the amount of safety programs that you give, your federal funds were higher. I believe about the time that I left, we had about 2.8 million, somewhere approximately, that we were getting from federal funds. And what we used it for at that time was to buy equipment. We bought about half of our fleet with that fund, and then the rest of it was patrol boats. And then the other funding that we had was when we got pay parity. And when Dr. Cooper and the legislature pursued Senate Bill 778, which was under Ridgway, that was the Water Patrol Fund. And it upped the registration of boats, and that fee went directly to the Water Patrol. And how we passed this with the public to support it was that in statute, that is still to be used for marine operations only for the Water Patrol. And that fund varies depending on which year, how many boats are registered. It goes anywhere from 2.5 million to, I believe the highest count was 3.2 million at that time. So it does vary from year to year on that. And then the rest of our funding was through general revenue.
Then the other question I want to ask you about is what I call your fleet. That would be your boats and your vehicles that pull the boats, I guess. And what did you have at that time?
We had all trucks. You know, we tried different things. We tried a few SUVs. They sat too low. When you was in flood duty, flood duty is a strange animal. You might have to back 200 yards out into the water before you get deep enough water to be able to float your boat. And then to get out of a short SUV to get to your boat, to get it off the trailer, it wouldn't work for us. So we used trucks, and they sat higher, they pulled better, and they were mostly bought, half of the fleet, with federal funds. Now, once we got the Water Patrol Fund through the state, then $1 million of it was to go also for fleet and for boats. So and then the rest of it came from general revenue. Okay. And on the fleet, that's the vehicles that we drove. So that would be. You have your fleet of vehicles, of cars and trucks, and then our other was our boats that we had to buy, like the Donzies and everything.
So tell me, on the rivers, what kind of boats did you use there? Was it the Donzies there as well?
No, and that goes into training also. Whenever we would have a training class, you have an outboard jet, and they are a flat bottom. Most of them are aluminum, and it's a flat bottom boat that will run in 3 inches of water. It'll go through water that even a canoe can't float through. So that permitted us to get up and down the waterways on the small rivers. On our very small rivers, we would have to go to four-wheelers to get into some of the areas. And whenever the guys would work them, they'd go down to the river, and a lot of it was just wading and getting to the people that way. And whenever you worked your flood duty, very little time did you take like a boat like a Donzi. It was always a rescue boat. That's why a lot of officers sometimes would have to have their regular lake boat, and then you had to have a rescue boat to drag out of, because you cannot drag out of a lake boat that you work in. It has to be more open. Depending on what type of flood you got, this goes into supervision. You had to know what boat to send, a jet or a prop. And different floods require different boats. So we learned that through the years and through a lot of hard knocks ourselves. So.
Yeah. So when you retired, how many years of experience, water law enforcement, had there been on the Missouri waterways? You know, I guess at any one time. You know, we've heard 75 years of experience or 50 years. How many years of experience do you think was there?
As far as the patrol years, well, now we were in the water patrol for 50 years. I don't know if I understand the question.
The question is, how many years did you have, and how many years did yeah.
Okay, I had 29 years of experience.
Okay, so if you were on the water, and typically someone else was on the water with you, how many years?
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant Colonel's was 24 years. There towards the end of our terms, we were starting to get a lot younger group of guys out, so we were very careful about when to send them out on flood duty because they were inexperienced. We would always try to send them with a experienced officer so that they could, along that line, be trained through the years to get that experience because it is such a dangerous situation.
Okay. All right. I think you've done a great job. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming and for staying. Is there anything else you'd like to say? No?
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. We have then, I have listed here Mr. Swinberg, Mr. Hodges, and Mr. Hopp. Would you all please come forward? Is there anyone else that's a retired Water Patrol that would like to testify? Come forward. Be sure you fill out your witness forms, okay? Oh, Jody Hughes. Is Jody Hughes here as well? Okay, thank you. Come on up, just pull up. Dylan, can you help them with some chairs? Are you all acquainted?
We are. Representative Franklin, my name is Gary Haupt. I'm a retired captain for the Water Patrol, and I worked, I started my career in 1979 on Lake of the Ozarks, spent my first 11 years there, and eventually I was promoted to captain and district supervisor of District 3, which is southwest Missouri, Table Rock, Bull Shoals, Taneycomo, and all the various float streams in that area. I've retired in that area after 33 years of service. I was also involved in a lot of specialty functions. I was a head of our dive team for several years. When I was promoted to Table Rock Lake, I was also head of our boating accident investigation courses, and then we expanded that to reconstruction teams. So I managed and supervised those boating accident reconstruction teams. In my retirement, I am now presently the program manager and lead instructor for NASBLA. You've heard that term being used several times for their boating accident investigation. Just got back from Mississippi conducting a course, so I have an opportunity to go nationwide throughout, in the process of providing this kind of course of instruction. But that background and my ability to do so and my credibility is based on my experience I gained in Missouri, especially Lake of the Ozarks. So that gives a little bit of my background. And
all right. Thank you.
I didn't hear what you asked.
Okay, again, I have a little problem hearing. My name's Bill Swinberg. I retired in 2000 from the Missouri State Water Patrol. I was with them 30-some years. Started off at Table Rock. Ended up at Lake of the Ozarks. And went through the rank structure there. I'm a graduate of the FBI National Academy and a lot of schools during that time. That's about it for me.
And now you're enjoying your retirement?
Yeah.
Are you are? Yeah? It's all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Except for today, huh?
My name's Jody Hughes. I started with the Water Patrol in 1980. I was stationed at Lake of the Ozarks. I was fortunate enough to move up through the ranks, corporal sergeant, became captain after Bill Swinberg here at Lake of the Ozarks. and took a promotion in '04 and moved to Jeff City as the field major over the daily operations for the Water Patrol. I stayed with the merger 1 year, and I ended up retiring in 2012. I'm also an FBI Academy graduate, just like Gary Hopp is. I was a diver. I was a supervisor on the dive team. I was a SWAT member. I was involved with the Water Patrol's K-9 unit. I've pretty well seen everyday operations for all the officers that worked out there, and I still live at Lake of the Ozarks to this day. And I retired with 32 years of service.
Okay, very good. Well, first of all, thank you all for your service to the state of Missouri, and sounds like the Lake of the Ozarks area too. Thank you. So I'm just going to turn it over to you right now and see if we've heard a lot of the concerns and the questions that we have. Can you help us work through some of these, or would that be all right?
Well, I would rather field questions than I would start rambling.
Okay. All right.
We can start with questions first. That'd be great.
Okay. Is there anybody that'd like to start rambling?
I've always been accused of being a rambler, so I'll go ahead and start it off.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. And I was requested to be here. I had mixed emotions, a little bit reluctant, because I don't want to sow sour grapes. I didn't leave under the best of circumstances. And I know I can speak for Bill and Jody, saying that we have a passion for what we did. We have a passion for marine law enforcement, for boating safety, and all of us continue to have that passion. When the merger process was occurring, I was very apprehensive, 32 years in as a captain at that point, and came on in 1979, saw a lot of changes. The three of us were growing with the organization. We like to feel like we were some of the shakers and movers that were cultivating the things and getting better, refining the methods that we were utilizing when we felt like we were doing a very effective job. And as Rad had mentioned, we were recognized nationwide for being the leaders in that proficiency and professionalism in that mission. So yes, I was very apprehensive. So were my officers in my particular district and statewide. But it was done. It was signed, it was done, and then we had our first meeting, and this was in the fall of 2010. We were already the administrative functions were being dismantled, as you had heard, and we were at the point of changing over, but we were still in Brown, and we had staff meeting, and it was an opportunity for us to discuss the issues involved, and for Colonel Replogle and his staff to be in attendance and discuss what the plan was. We had 6 districts previously in the state of Missouri for the Water Patrol, and we were told at that time we were going to have a reduction to 4 districts and some consolidation there, and you know, that was understandable, and there's going to be some change. Change is inevitable, you know, growth is optional, and we all know that, but again, the apprehension was still there. As a part of this discussion, we had an opportunity to ask questions and assert our concerns. And one of the concerns I asserted, or one of the observations I made, is that please don't break this. You are inheriting one of the most proficient professional marine law enforcement agencies in the United States, and we will definitely complement the services of the Highway Patrol. And the response was, we don't plan to do that because we know you guys are doing a good job. We're not going to change a thing. I did assert maybe we need to look at how other agencies have managed this. Oklahoma was the most recent example, where they had an independent lake patrol that was merged into the highway patrol. They had a process they'd worked out. They'd had wrinkles. Through the process of teaching classes, I come into contact with these officers nationwide, and they were able to articulate to me the problems they had initially is the direction the highway patrol went when they were trying to put it under the troops. But they backed off. It didn't work. Early in the process, they saw it wasn't working. So they started this Troop W. This is a centralized method of enforcement through the Oklahoma State Highway Patrol. I was aware of that, so I brought that up at the meeting. Let's look at this. Let's not reinvent the wheel. See how others have struggled with this and take a similar comparison, and let's benefit from that. I was assured that was going to happen.
And I was also assured that none of us with rank would lose our rank, and that our institutional knowledge was very important to them during this process. Within 9 months, pretty much, there was a motivation for us of the supervisors to take retirements, to move on, and honestly, our institutional knowledge and experience was discounted and forfeited. And I don't know how to say it any different than that. It's the reality of what occurred. And it's been said that some of us weren't willing to take other duties than Marine law enforcement. That's simply not true. I'm one of those, and I was willing to branch out. I understand the diversity that would be required in a merger process like this. I simply never had a chance personally. But that's pretty much a summary. I don't want this to sound like it's sour grapes, because I want it to have a positive spin. When I left that meeting at Jefferson City, I went back and told my officers, and we had a district meeting. I said, this is going to go okay, guys. Be positive about this. You're going to get technology, and you're going to get equipment, you're going to get benefits that we weren't able to provide before. So we need to make this work, and let's be positive about this. And that was my approach. That was my sentiment when I'd left that meeting. Unfortunately, things unfolded in a much different direction. So I don't know if that's a good opening kind of conclusion to our summary of my involvement in it, and I'll let them speak to it.
Joe, you got it.
I'll try not to ramble on either, because there's been a lot of things that have been said that I probably wrote down too. You know, thank God for the internet, because I got looking back up, and the governor's reason for the merger: make two agencies run more efficient as one, reduce overtime pay, more officers on land and water, and save someplace between $2.8 and $3 million. Well, maybe 1 out of 4 is right. We probably got more officers on land, because we already heard testimony here. There's 11 officers at Lake of the Ozarks. There was 20. I also heard Major Johnson also say that we're only short 2 water patrol. If there's only 11 officers now and there was 20, what happened to those other 9? And I'm sure the other states that way. DPS physical note on the bill said that they would save $1 million. It's also out there articles that came out from the auditor. He said that it would cost the state $900,000 per year for this merger, plus $1.8 million more in retirement and medical benefits. And you know, nobody so far has talked about the pay parity. We had pay parity, that's correct, but it was wrong from the bottom officer to the top. Everybody was getting different pay. You had 2 officers out here, 1 road trooper, 1 water patrolman, same amount of years of service on, doing the exact same job, getting paid different money. That should have been a red flag right off the bat. Several times at a staff meeting, I heard it said it will take $4.2 million to correct that problem. I really don't think that this really saved any money. And I'm not against it or for it, because I'm retired. Really don't have a dog in the fight here. It's just that I live on the lake, and I don't see anybody out there. I just don't see it whatsoever. The cost savings, we lost a colonel, we lost a lieutenant colonel. The civilians, the highway patrol picked up, and we had 4, I believe, that didn't go ahead and go to the highway patrol. And of course, we lost the lease on the building. That was the cost savings. Anything, as they said here earlier, that the water patrol does has to come out of general revenue funding. You can't use highway safety funds if you're doing water patrol function. And part of that might be you didn't save any money here on the state budget, and you still have to supply that money for those guys to work. So I don't think there was really a savings there. They still have to have that. I see the colonel's point. If you've got, say, 100 officers and they're all water patrolmen, and it takes $4.5 million to pay their salaries and for them to operate year-round, but the legislators only give him $3 million, he's got to move them to make them work the highway to where he can balance out a budget here. You know, I think the water patrol should be full-time. And I'm not for water patrol, highway patrol mixing together. I don't think you're efficient if you're doing part-time jobs. You know, when they say the water patrol was seasonal, well, if we were, I never noticed any time off. We didn't get paid for our overtime. We just accumulated and took it off. But we're on the water usually from March until the middle of November. We don't do any training during those periods. What we do is we work. We take off that time that we accumulate, vacation, which the Highway Patrol accumulates time also, not as much as probably what we did, but we would take it off in the winter. We do all of our training in the winter, and we also did boating education courses, which is the main thing to do out there on the water. Other costs I looked at that nobody's mentioned, they had to renovate Troop F for communications to move our people over. They had to renovate General Headquarters to move the command staff over. We had to buy new guns because we all carry Glocks, but ours said Water Patrol and ours say Highway Patrol. We had to buy new uniforms for 89 officers. Radios. Had to have a different radio in the car, had to have a different radio in the boat. We received new computers. The difference in the retirement, which I already talked about, which the auditor said, $1.8 million, and the pay difference. The benefits, more resources. We did get more manpower. We could rely on them more, and they could rely on us more. There's no doubt. Aircraft, if we ever needed. We never had that opportunity before. Helicopters, airplanes, or whatever. Manhunts or whatever. Missing people around the water. We didn't have that, so we've got that. The ability to transfer to other divisions, sure. Gaming, drug and crime. You know, there was a lot more opportunity there for the young officer or the Water Patrol officers once we merged. Disadvantages, less chance of promotion if you were probably the rank of a sergeant and above, because every troop has a captain, and we had captains. Well, those captains ended up moving into those troops. You can only have really one captain in charge, you know, and it just makes sense. Probably it's going to be the Highway Patrol captain because he's really supervising more officers on the road than we are on the water. And I understand that. The lower officers, probably a better chance for them to get promoted. Something else I don't think was really talked about here, the #1 industry in Missouri, or the biggest industry in Missouri, is tourism. If you don't have people out on the water for safety, public safety out there, you're going to lose your tourism. I already hear it from some of the chambers about, they hear it, that it's not safe out on our waterways. Remember at one time, Missouri was, or Lake of the Ozarks, was the third #1 lake in the nation, dangerous lake in the nation at one time. You know, that's bad. And now we don't have as many people on it as we did have. House Bill 1868, I'm not for sure if the Highway Patrol is even following that legislation. The way I take it is the Water Patrol will merge into the Highway Patrol. I take that as any individual or employee would merge over to the Highway Patrol and be a division of the Highway Patrol. They've taken all the officers and they've put them in individual troops. The division, as you heard from Captain Richardson, is the captain, 2 civilians, and then he oversees the dive team. That's really not much of a division that I can see. I mean, my impression was when it started was we would be, like Gary said, maybe another troop or a Division W for the water. Maybe that would be it. And a solution, like I think Gary said, don't divide us up again because it's going to cost the state. We know what it is. That doesn't make sense. We need to move forward and make it better. Maybe the Water Patrol should be an individual troop, a Troop W, and they have to be full-time. I think you're putting the road officers and the water patrolmen in a terrible situation when you have them doing both jobs, like I said. And a lot of the Water Patrol, they have went to the road full-time. It's a whole lot easier to work in that car when you have heat and air, and you only have to know one job, versus I'm going to work in the summer out in the hot sun and the weather from Memorial Day to Labor Day, and then as soon as Labor Day is over, I've got to go jump in a car. So now I have to know how to do boat accidents and work on the water, plus then I have to know how to work the highways. I just don't think that's fair to those individuals, either one of them. And the supervisors, I hate to say it, but the supervisors that I know, and I've been around a long time, and I know most of them in here, and they're good friends, and I like them. I have nothing to say bad. I've got great respect for all of them, but they have no knowledge of how to teach or train or to command the people that work the waterways if they haven't been there. And I think that seems to be one of the biggest problems here. I wouldn't want a water patrolman calling the shots for situations on the highway. The colonel's command staff, they'll have 20 years plus of experience working the road. You could give them any situation and they'd be able to take care of it. When it comes to water, they need to be relying on the water patrol people because they just don't have that knowledge or experience yet. And over years, it probably will work, but it's going to take a long time. So I think it can be fixed. Like I said, I'm like Gary over here. I just think there needs to be a troop of its own. Don't consider them seasonal. They're full-time employees. I mean, I hate to say it, but I'd hate to say our school teachers are seasonal or our legislators are seasonal just because they're in session a certain time. That's not right. We know that. That's something that somebody is just saying to try to get by with making this merger work. We worked every day out there. All of them worked really hard. Thank you.
I don't know how to top that.
Well, hang on, because we've got some questions for you.
Good.
Okay? we try to accommodate our witnesses. So, are there questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
To inquire?
You may.
Thank you. It's an honor to question Captain Bill Swinberg, a.k.a. Super Cop. That's what he's known at Lake of the Ozarks. And I'm glad he's blushing with his colleagues there. But you retired prior to the merger, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you think of when you heard about the merger?
I thought it'd be a good thing, really. The patrol's bigger. They have more resources for the officers, our young officers, to use. And if it was a patrol, it would be done right.
You're now you've had 4 years to hear about it and look back on it.
Yeah, I know. I'm disappointed in the way it's turned out, and it's not necessary. The officers want to work, and they want to work efficiently. I feel like this situation could be corrected today. There's officers in place in the highway patrol that are water patrol officers. And I know this goes against all kinds of grains and policies, but say, look, guys, we've tried it. It didn't work. What do you want? It's yours now. Get it fixed. And they could fix it, but they would have to give some adjustments, allowing them to do stuff that doesn't conform to highway patrol policy, but to water policies that we've used for 50-plus years, and it worked. And that's all we're asking, that these guys run it. And that way the responsibility and the headaches that it's causing the patrol right now would go away.
So if I hear you right, we need the patrol to run the patrol and the bureaucrats to stay out of it.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Miller. Let me think. All right. So talk a little bit about what do you do in the off season? What did you all do? How did you train? Why is that training important?
Well, I want to let Gary answer that one.
Okay.
Just because it was the off season didn't mean that there was a complete lack of activity on the water. First and foremost, we were it, as was described before. Might be a lot less boating out there, but there's still duck hunters, there's still fishermen, there's still activity that occurs, and if somebody's in trouble, they need to know somebody could respond quickly. You can't react to those situations. Yeah, we might be at the wrong end of the lake, but you got a lot better chance of reacting if you're actually out there on the water. Something we really did that we were effective at is we worked our officers' tails off. We worked them to a frazzle in the summer because the only way we could maintain the visibility and enforcement with the manpower that we had is we worked a lot of overtime. So yeah, we took that overtime in the off season, so to speak, but we would still balance that with adequate coverage. Now, having said that, we would follow up on cases that were pending that we didn't have enough time to focus on in the off season. A big component of ours, something that we were very big on, is boater safety education. We were going through to the different schools in our regions, and the officers were presenting these courses. That's an outdated notion now. And I know online presentation is the way everything's going, and allow a person that option for boater safety education, and that's the way the law reads, and that's fine. But it's not nearly as effective as those officers going out, even on a voluntary basis, and providing that type of instruction. So
being a role model.
That's right.
You know, too,
That's-
and for the kids or the individuals, I think I heard that Bass Pro sometimes offers those courses
Yes.
as well, and they just like that personal interaction.
The
with
anecdotal
individuals.
stories that we have to tell about some of the tragedies that occur because of some of the negligent behavior or not following the recommended practices, it's hard to replace that by an online course.
Well, it's like, you know, I've had kids that learned to drive, and I guess I could have sat at home and told them how to drive, but I kind of got in the car and sat with them to see how they were doing and to help give them little tips along the way. And so it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of you're there to ask questions, to give examples, pertinent examples, and to guide their thought process as they go through that training.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I can see the value in that. Very good, okay.
So we had plenty to occupy our time. Our off seasons were pretty minimal.
Okay, all right. So give us some examples. You know, I mean, when we think about the waterways, we think about recreation. So it perhaps is a little bit difficult to see what the normal day of a water patrolman would be, especially on a busy weekend. What are you, it looks like you're just driving around the lake getting a suntan or something like that, you know? Should be a great job. So what really is going on there? What kind of arrests are you making? What, you know, what kind of assistance are you to serve and protect? What kind of assistance are you providing to people? Just give us some examples of what happens on the water.
I'll go ahead and start it off, and I'll pass it off to them as well. The bread and butter is what you described, patrol work. Not to get a tan, sometimes to get too much exposure to the sun, which some of us are experience the skin cancer results because of all those years of exposure. But first and foremost is being seen, being out there. We all had our assigned areas, but at any given time, we had twice the responsibility, or twice the area that we were responsible for because of staggered shifts. So to run as much of the coves and as much of the lake area as possible in a given patrol area just to be seen. You know, a component of that is stopping at the marinas, visiting often, just being sociable, letting them know that you're there. That's ultimately basic community policing that I think is very effective, but it's on the water rather than on the roadways. Because we're hearing about a boat that looks like that guy was pretty tipsy and he's borderline right now, and they're describing the boat, you know, and they didn't call in a complaint, but they know we were going to be by pretty routinely, so they were telling us that firsthand on something that they might not have called in about otherwise. It's that personal relationship you create when you have that same officer work that same area on a regular basis where you have that type of effective interaction. So that's first and foremost the primary mission of those Water Patrol officers, that visibility and that interaction. And I think that's something potentially that's not quite as emphasized now.
Go ahead, Joe.
You know, I think a lot of it, a routine day was just like a trooper out here on the highway. I mean, he's going to look for violations. Those are going to be out there. We do courtesy boat inspections, check to make sure boats have the proper safety equipment aboard the boats. We take theft reports. You know, on the water, it's kind of more like the city than I would say it'd be on our state highways. You know, we would get a lot of complaint calls about wave runners buzzing docks. Well, it's not like they just go by the dock one time. It's kind of like your neighbor's kid having a mini bike. They're riding back and forth up in front, constantly in front of your house making noise. We'd go to those kind of calls. We also take care of the buoys on the lakes and the waterways. On the float streams, it was, you know, the minors and the drugs and the nudity and the complaints like that. I mean, it's pretty well a normal day for probably any law enforcement, and most of the fundamentals are the same, regardless if you're on water or land. But that was the main part of the day. Kind of a little bit different. Our officers are responsible for their equipment. Can't just take the boat through the car wash like you do the car, so they're responsible for maintaining all their equipment themselves. So, I mean, that'll take you a while to, you know, keep the boat clean and equipment and everything up to par, but you know, accidents, thefts, drownings, complaints, noise complaints. It's nighttime, of course, is a little bit different. Loud boats, that seemed to be a big thing for a while. And then, of course, we have a lot of events on the water that we have to deal with, the boat races. You know, there's several at Lake of the Ozarks, and they have them at Taneycomo, and they've been all around the state and on the Mississippi. So that was kind of a busy day for everybody, and you've got some days a lot of area to cover versus other days. I mean, you know, I sat here and I was listening to what Sergeant Henry said. If there's 11 officers on the lake, everybody has to have 2 days off. So let's say they have Monday through Thursday. Half of them are off on Monday and Tuesday, and half of them are off on Wednesday and Thursday. You divide that again in half, and half of them have to work a day shift and a night shift. That's 1 officer per county. That's not very much visibility like Captain Hopper and Gary's saying over here. You know, and I can give you an example. I was doing a contract job this summer, and I'm on the water 3 to 5 days out of the week. The boat broke down. This was in July, and I called. I was 500 yards from a marina. I could see it. And I called because I thought, well, being a retired water patrol, surely I can get some help. I was told there was nobody on the water. That amazed me. So, but anyway, that's our typical day.
To inquire. Okay, I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Captain Swinberg, would you give a little bit of background of, let's say, an incident you might have been involved with? You had to work the land a little bit, and maybe added to my thoughts about you, I guess. They're wanting to know about what happened perhaps with, I believe his name was Alice Ben John.
Okay, that's been in the right place at the wrong time. No, I did nothing more than what anybody in this room would have done. I was with a good officer. That was another orchestration of several agencies putting pressure on this man, putting pressure on him and his girlfriend, Beverly. And he made a mistake, and we was able to be there at the right time to use it to our advantage.
Was he on the water?
Nope.
He's on the land. You were helping out on the land.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And that was prior to the merger.
Correct, sir.
And what happened in that incident, just real quick?
The patrol needed backup. I mean, patrol still got a responsibility, just like Ferguson. They got a responsibility to do already. They're already assigned jobs. Now, this situation comes up. We had officers available. It was kind of our slow time. That's usually some in-service training and some maintenance on our boats. But we leaned to with officers, and we had the knowledge to get guys around. We had the equipment to pick up trucks, four-wheel drives, and, of course, the jet boats running up and down the stream there at Warsaw. So it was a good deal for everybody.
And so there was a fugitive on the loose, and you ended up being part of the group that found him?
Yes, sir.
What exactly happened there?
He was in a house. Beverly was cooking him a hamburger. It's comical, and I don't mean to make light of it. It by no means was. But we went back and checked the residence when we pulled up. Lieutenant, I think he's Lieutenant now, Gottman, Eric Gottman was with me, and he said, I smell a hamburger, and I thought, well, good grief, I do too. We had previously set some rocks in the window to see if anybody was coming and going, and I went back to this one window, and the rocks were gone, but it was obvious somebody was in there. And then as we attempted to make entry to the house, I seen Mr. Johns move from the kitchen to the front door. He was looking for his rifle. Beverly had moved it on him. Typical woman. At which time Eric went down and around one side of the building, I went to the other, and then he came out, and we kept putting a squeeze on him. And Eric got a shot off, a lucky shot, knocked him down. We handcuffed Beverly and called the patrol, and they sent their helicopter in and some CERT boys, and they secured the house and started work on him.
Thank you.
You for filling us in. Okay. All right. So gentlemen, what kind of recommendations then do you have? Oh, you don't have any? Is that?
Oh yeah, I got a recommendation. This system will work. It will work. It's just that patrol needs to adjust for what they're doing. And it could work seamlessly. We got officers, there is officers in place right now that could sit down, and I don't even know, with the governor's staff, DPS, and the highway patrol, and said, what do you need? Here's what I need. We can do that, and okay, it's going to work.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it can work, but everybody's got to work together. And I'm not quite sure where this commission right here is headed, but I hope it's to make everything better, because finger pointing, we don't want to do that. I mean, we've made mistakes. Whoever they are, has made mistakes. But if we can get something rich and fulfilling out of this will be a great deal for everybody.
All right, very good, thank you. You know what, I have a question from one of the representatives here, Representative Wood.
To inquire.
You may.
And I think that is ultimately what we are looking for as a committee is to, what do we do? I mean, it's not really to blame or point fingers as much as how do we fix what issues we've got. My question, because we've got a lot of experience sitting at the table right there, and to me, of course, I go back a long ways on the lake. I rented 16-foot tri-hull boats to go out for the day to tourists, and it was safe back then in the early 80s. Now I wouldn't send them out for fear they were going to get flooded by wakes and everything else. So what has, the lake has changed, the waterways have changed, our society has changed. And I'm sure even from the time that the Water Patrol has ended, that the Highway Patrol has some new challenges possibly that you didn't even face. Whether it be more availability of drugs or bigger boats, different types of tourists, different attitudes. Do you see any changes? And I know Jody still lives on the lake, so he has seen the changes that we need to take into consideration with this. We're looking at what the Water Patrol was. We're looking at what the Highway Patrol has on the water now. But when we look at this comparison, has anything changed from then to now that we also need to consider?
Gary?
Changes were, my whole career, we were seeing changes in boating. It was the offshore power boats and the really loud boats and the really fast, big, powerful boats that were evolving. Now all of a sudden we're seeing this popularity of wakeboard boats with wakeboard towers and the challenge with the big wakes they're creating. And there's always an evolution in trends in boating that's changing. The difference is we had a handle on it. We were out there all the time. We had the background and experience, so we evolved as the boating trends evolved. I can't tell you today what needs to happen in order to make that happen on a specific basis, but if they would fall back on the institutional knowledge that's still left and focus and specialize that mission. And I've heard this term that maybe they should be considered specialists. I know there's that provision in the Highway Patrol. Not only maybe a separate troop, but called specialists, where there's motivation for maybe some of our officers and that institutional knowledge that's already moved to the road to come back and motivate those guys, give them incentives to come back to that mission and utilize that. But in a specific response, I don't know if I answered that, but there's things that are evolving all the time in the boating world, and I see this on a national basis when I'm teaching courses, and we are continually changing and monitoring that in the boating accident courses that I conduct because of those evolutions we see in the boating environment. But I don't. The answer to that is to have the experience and the background in place in order to be able to evolve with that.
So, if I can kind of take that response and maybe some of the other we've heard today and summarize, if we have an increased presence on our waterways with consistent personnel that are trained in the areas that they need to be, we will eliminate a lot of our problems. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yes, as long as there's enough personnel to make that happen.
Which, I mean, we have some restrictions, I'm sure, budgetary, that we've had money cuts. We're obviously, we run a 1 3/4 cent sales tax for MoDOT because that money's not as available as it used to be, thanks to different reasons. But we need to make sure that we have that presence and consistent coverage. And it's not necessarily that the Highway Patrol was trying to avoid that coverage, but it just hasn't been able to be available. But
Right.
if we look at that as a solution in improving our training, making the coverage more consistent, and having the presence, you think that would go a long ways to solving a lot of the problems?
Definitely, but then, and of course, I don't know firsthand the personnel issues on Lake of the Ozarks. That's a good example. When I left, it was a mess. We didn't have enough people. We were overwhelmed at Lake of the Ozarks. When I left, we had 9 officers, and I was one of those officers. And we beefed up to 22-plus officers and got a handle back on it again. And I don't know if it's back to the level it was when we got at our peak in early 2000, late 1990s as far as the problems. But we're going to have to get back to similar kinds of patrol visibility that we used to have in order to be able to facilitate what we're talking about there as far as that visibility.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To add to that, I think one thing that I'm seeing, because I live at the lake, and it's about the visibility, I think something the Highway Patrol is going to be facing is the boating public's already knowing they're not out there, so they're pushing the limits. That's the main thing that I see right now, and I hear it all the time. You don't have to worry about the speed limit at night. You can run as fast as you want. The economy is improving, and as the economy improves, boat is going to grow. There'll be more people vacationing, more people boating, and the Highway Patrol needs to be ahead of that. They really do. And I think one of the things that maybe the Highway Patrol could change if they haven't, I think it's in their policy that a new recruit can't transfer to any division until he's been on the road for 3 years. I guarantee you there's great candidates that are applying that they want to be Water Patrol now. And it used to be in the 70s that the recruits went through the Highway Patrol Academy side by side with a trooper. Everything was exactly the same, except for when they went to study law, the Highway Patrol went to study highway law, and the Water Patrolman went to study watercraft law. I think that's a perfect situation. You know, regardless if he's on the road for 3 years and he wants to be a water patrolman, you're going to have to train him now to be a water patrolman. If he wants to be a water patrolman right now, and then later on he decides he wants to be a road trooper, then you're going to have to train him anyway to be a road trooper. But if you wait 3 years, like I came from Bull Shoals. I knew Glenn Jarvis. He's the one that talked me into getting in with the Water Patrol. I was like, I don't want to go to Lake of the Ozarks, have nothing to do with it. I moved there in 1980, and I would never move away. And those officers get settled in 3 years. They get married, they buy a house, they start to raise a family, and now suddenly they forgot about being a water patrolman. So I really think that maybe that would be a good solution, too, to help some of the manpower. Don't wait the 3 years. I don't know if it would work with other divisions. It may not work with gaming or their drug and crime or whatever else, but at least because I ran into a new trooper, and he said he joined Highway Patrol to be a water patrolman, but he has to wait 3 years.
All right, thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say in closing?
Real short. There's been a lot of things said here today, and the animosity level on maybe some of the agencies involved here, I hope it doesn't go beyond corrective criticism, and that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Be sure to fill out your witness forms, all right? Very good. Thank you. All right. All right. Colonel, can we go back to the troopers now and our questions? Do you have someone in particular that you'd like to come forward to answer some questions?
I think it would be beneficial for this committee to bring Captain Kendall forward, since he is the troop commander for the region that most of your testimony has been about. And he can tell you how he has set this up. We did have a change in how we assign people down there on January the 1st, and I would like for him to maybe come up and give you his thoughts on what those changes were about and what we were trying to accomplish.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Madam
Thank
Chairman.
you, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your service to the state of Missouri.
Thanks for having us. I'd like to explain just a little bit about what we've done down at Lake of the Ozarks, in particular, on the water down there. You heard Sergeant Henry testify. He has 6 officers assigned in his zone. We have another zone there that has another 6 officers that are full-time water officers, full-time Marine officers. In the adjoining zones, we made a new zone in Miller County, and the reason we did that is as troop commander at Troop F, I'm not just charged with Lake of the Ozarks. I've got 13 counties that I have to be concerned with. Miller County has experienced, since I've been troop commander there, extremely high levels of fatality accidents every year. Excuse me. They consistently have more fatality accidents on the highway than any other county in the 13 county area that I supervise. And I've got some examples here. 2008, they had 13.
Okay, let me just stop you just a minute. Now, are you talking about the water?
I'm talking about the highway. I'm getting to the water, why we did what we did.
I'm so impatient, aren't I?
We made a separate zone in Miller County. That used to be covered by the Camden County zone. Okay. We split out a separate zone in Miller County. With that, and I got input from all the zone sergeants down there, Sergeant Henry, Sergeant Daniels, Sergeant Buttram, Sergeant Cody. We made this separate zone with their expectations that they would provide 2 officers in the summertime to work the water from that road zone. On the weekends, and like Sergeant Henry testified earlier, it was to go from Thursday to Monday. Those 2 officers, when the zone was full. In that zone, and when Sergeant Henry testified about the part-time officers, I don't know that it was particularly totally clear. Those officers in those part-time zones were full-time Marine operation officers. Most of them were incumbent water patrol officers that have moved to the road. They come back and work the water for us.
Oh, good. Now, can you tell me how many of them were?
I can.
Okay, and how many years they'd had on the water?
I can't tell you how many years they had on the water, but in Zone 18, there's Sergeant Lowry, there's Sergeant Scott White, and Trooper Malone in just that zone. Okay. And I do not know their tenure on the water. I know, and then in Zone 11 in Camden County, we had Trooper Hutzler come off the water and I think she'd been on about 6 years. Over on the Morgan County side, we have Trooper Worthley, and he was also an incumbent water patrol officer, and I think he'd been on 6 or 7 years. So those guys that Randy talked about being part-time guys, they're part-time guys, but they were incumbent water patrol officers.
So all of them, you can give me a number of how many were?
Mm-hmm. It would have been Trooper Hutzler, Trooper Worthley, and then Lowry, White, Malone. There's at least 5 of them there, and then Ryan White is gone on military leave. He's also an incumbent water patrol officer that's assigned to the new zone in Miller County. And that's what we did on Lake of the Ozarks. So this summer we had 15 boats available on the water on the weekends. Now that's day shift and night shift, and I'm not going to tell you that every weekend there was 15 boats out there. I can't tell you that. In our overall plan, in the end game here, we'll have 17 boats available on the water next summer, which is very comparable to what they had prior to the merger. Because even though they had 20-some officers there, you had a captain, you had a lieutenant that worked the water some. I'm not saying they didn't work the water, but they were administrative. You also had a couple officers that were criminal investigations most of the time that wasn't on the water. So we'll have 17 boats this coming summer available. The visibility, I think where that comes in is we don't have the guys work 12 and 15-hour days. They work 8 hours and they go home. We manage their comp time just like we do the road guys and everywhere else. I also have some statistics here from Lake of the Ozarks regarding drownings and fatal boating accidents. And I can go back. I can go back to 1995, but I don't want to bore you with all those numbers. But I can go back to 2008 with this one. In 2008, on Lake of the Ozarks, there were 8 drownings and 4 fatal boating accidents. In 2009, there were 4 drownings and 0 fatal boating accidents. 2010, there were 6 drownings and 2 fatal boating accidents. Then in 2011, there were 5 drownings, 2 fatal boating accidents. 2012, there were 4 drownings, 2 fatal boating accidents. 2013, there were 4 drownings, 3 fatal boating accidents. And in 2014, there's been 3 drownings and 5 fatal boating accidents. So then, I mean, visibility is one thing, but I got to look at the numbers here. There's not a huge difference pre-merger to post-merger on our drownings and fatal boating accidents. One of the fatal boating accidents this year was during the shootout. We still have to count that as a fatal boating accident because it happened on the water, but it's on a closed course, you know, during a speed run. So
do you have anything like motor hours on the water or arrests or?
I have calls for service. I can give you calls for service that our guys answer.
And could you explain to me exactly what a calls for service is?
I'll tell you what they're categorized as. One is a boat stop, where we actually stop someone on the water. It's same as a traffic stop. It's a boating infraction stop. Some other things would be like a stranded watercraft, a minor watercraft accident, a serious watercraft accident, intoxicated. We get a call up about an intoxicated watercraft operator, boat adrift, buoy adrift, those type of things. But the total calls for service, and I've just had them for 2012 forward. From 2012, we had 2,376 calls for service. In 2013, we had 2,303, and so far this year, we've had 2,112. Now, the boat stops, traffic stops, when we turn the red lights on and pull someone over on the water. 2012, there were 764. 2013, 893. 2014, 904. So while visibility may be down, visibility might be down, but we're out on the water. We're still out there, or we wouldn't be having 904 boat stops. One thing I think maybe, and I can't speak to the previous Water Patrol guys. I've got along great with them, but to the experience, my experience, I worked a boating crash on Lake Thunderhead in 1986 as a road trooper. So I've been around the water my whole life. I went to the NASBLOC conference. I've been down in the lake and rode with those guys probably more than I ride with the road guys. I've been to the BWI spot checks. I've been to the races. So I've been on the water a lot since the merger. I haven't had any formal training, no, but I have been on the water a lot.
Okay, so do you go out on the water yourself and do any of this, or is that not, you can't, or? I have a rule in Troop F, nobody goes on the water unless they've had the training. So myself nor any of my road lieutenants, until they've been to at least the basic boating school, are not going to drive those Donzies. Yeah. And now I go with somebody, and I've drove the Donzies, but somebody's been with me. All right. I'm going to take you back to, you're saying you're going to have 2 more boats, 17 boats. Is that something that you're going to purchase this year, or?
We have 16 boats at the lake right now. One's a backup.
Okay.
And I think we're due a couple of those boats they talked about earlier, the newer boats that are waiting to be outfitted, but after the fire got pushed back, those were scheduled for Lake of the Ozarks.
And is what I was going to bring to bear here. The fire has set us back in building out boats. You can't just say, oh, we got the Donzie sitting on the lot, take it down, put it in the water and patrol with it. It's got to have red lights, it's got to have radios, it's got to have all the equipment that is utilized there. The fire has set us back in getting those out this year, set us back in getting cars out this year. That happened in April, just before the busy boating season. We had planned on getting some of those new Donzies out this boating season, but the fire changed a little bit of that for us. By the time we got things squared away and up and running again, we're halfway through the season now. or when we got things up and running.
So to explain, the fire set you back because it took money you didn't have, or it took time you didn't have, or
We lost our facility.
you okay?
It
You lost
burned
your facility
totally
to I guess equip these boats then to be
Yes,
on
and
the
we
water.
had to move. This was a 14-bay garage behind Troop F headquarters. That, I mean, it's the structure's still there, but it totally burned and not usable anymore. That was our maintenance facility for the entire state.
Thank you for indulging
Vehicles,
me.
and we had to move a lot of that operation into this new marine shops that I spoke of earlier. We also moved across town into some of MoDOT's vacant garage space for maintenance. But still, we're limited on how quickly we can build out a patrol car and a boat now because of that fire that occurred in April that destroyed 4.6 million, if I recall correctly, $1 million damage to a very critical structure for our fleet operation.
So where were these boats stored then? Were they here in Jeff? Or
Yeah,
were they
we do
left?
use the old Water Patrol facility. There's several storage buildings there, and we have some boats stored there. There are some stored on site at the GHQ garage behind Troop F, but we've got cars kind of scattered and boats in several of those facilities that we now have operation of. Several are at the old, there's some warehouse structures at the old Water Patrol headquarters that have some boats stored inside. We have some stored outside there at that facility also.
All right. So do you have everything that you need to fit them out? Will you be making any purchases?
We
or?
need that new garage built back.
Well,
and we're in the
but
process of
I'm
of
sorry,
doing
but my
that.
question is more to financially, do you have the money? Then you're just waiting to get the facility.
Yes, once we get our facility back and operational, we can move the car operation that has taken up part of the marine shop back into the new structure, and that's a slow process, I'll have to say. But that is in process. You all gave us some money at the end of that session to rebuild, and we're in the process of doing that, and it's going to be some time before that's back up and operational.
Are there other questions from the committee? For Captain Kendall? Or, yes, Representative Wood.
Quick question, and I appreciate you coming and appreciated the rides that we've taken and checking out the lake and what the Donzies and the patrol do. In kind of the summary we had before, would you agree that if we could have enough money and enough training and have dedicated patrol to the water, that would be an advantage?
Outside of the troop, you mean, or still
No,
working
inside
under
the troop. Keeping still the highway patrol. We've had testimony that we have part-time people working on the waterways that don't have as much training as the full-time people do. So if we can get the full-time people, enough positions that everybody would be full-time and really just use the part-time only in specific situations.
I'll let Greg answer that. If you give me 200 more troopers, Representative Woods, I can assure you there'll be increased visibility all across the state. And I could keep 200 troopers busy on the road, on the water, and all aspects of the highway patrol. So if you're asking if we need more manpower, the answer is yes.
Well, and that's pretty much, and I was offering that a while ago. I mean, I know that we have budget restrictions and issues that we have to stay within, and we only take in so much money, and we can only give out so much money. We have to be very careful with how we spend the taxpayer dollars. Well, I ask if a structure of full-time, dedicated water patrol type positions.
It could, Representative Wood, but let me explain one thing. I have to do something with them during the winter when they're not on the water. And the group of 12 that we have down there now stay, and I can assure you, stay plenty busy during the winter months. If we put 20 of them down there, I don't know what I would do with 20 of them during the winter.
Okay, I'll even go back to if we left it at the 12th, where every time those 12 positions were on the lake, it was a full-time person.
They are.
Well, I think we had testimony that part-time positions were used to fill shifts.
But the part-time guys are former Water Patrol guys that are fully trained.
Are you saying that every one of those part-time guys
Now
are
they
that
are.
way? Sooner or later, you're going to run out of water patrol guys.
Well, but we're training. I just put effective November 1st. We just transferred one off the water and put a new guy on, and I'd like to explain that just a little bit. We let him go there after 1 year, not the 3 years that somebody just talked about. Once they're a trooper for a year, they can go to the water if that's what they want to do. And I've got 3 guys now waiting to go to the water, waiting to get their full 1 year on so they can go. But
I guess I'm a little confused as to the previous testimony then.
Hello, this is Jim.
Oh, wait, stop. Hold on. Yeah. There we go.
Because the zone patrolman said that there was 6 positions, 5 of them manned with the fully trained, had gone through the process with him on the water training, but there's at least 1 position most times that is what he would consider part-time, that was just pulled off the road, not fully trained on the water.
that's not correct. What he testified to is not correct. Now, previously we did have part-time guys that I wanted to be able to get into boats and get out and help, just like you talked about when Corporal Bergen's boat was hit. There was a water guy and a road guy that had been trained to be able to drop the boat in the water and go out there and get to him quickly. But right now, this summer, the only ones working the water are fully trained Marine guys. There's no temporary or part-time guys working the water.
Well, okay, what's your definition of fully trained, I believe is the...
The ones that worked the water this summer were incumbent water patrol officers. There's also...
well, what training did they go through to qualify them as? Is that just the academy portion of it, or is that the training on the water and supervised? And
the people whose names I read off to you were incumbent water patrol officers pre-merger. The only one that wasn't was Scott White, who Randy talked about. Come to his zone, he fully trained him. We have a checklist now that we're using for the people that we're training on the water. So what Randy testified to, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he went with that, because everybody that worked the water this summer were incumbent water patrol officers.
Okay. I'll stop with that. I mean, I didn't mean to go that direction. I was just hoping to get if we went to full-time positions, which I from conversations I've had, and we're going to stay away from, because a lot of the people that had these conversations did not want to be named in any way. There are patrol who potentially have gone through the training in the academy that feel absolutely, totally unprepared to go on the water, but feel like they may be placed there.
I'm not aware of any of that, if there are.
I'm sure. But they are not retired water patrol. They haven't been in the water patrol. They are highway patrol road officers that have gone through the training or the academy.
Through the 4 week school, is that what you're talking about?
They've gone through the 4-week school.
Okay.
And just because they've gone through the 4-week school doesn't mean that's what they want to do, is go on the water, but they are prepared in an emergency. To me, that would be a part-time person, someone in an emergency you would throw out there. And you're going to have those people on the waterways at any given time, because you don't have enough people who I would call water patrol type people to fill every position you have in the state, correct?
In the state, I don't know. In the troop, I do.
Okay. I somehow the information is getting a little
I have extra
crisscrossed
guys that have went through the 4-week school, if that's what you're talking about, but they're not assigned to Marine operations. There's several guys in the troop that's went through that 4-week school that aren't on the water.
But could potentially be on the water at any given time.
In an emergency, yes.
Not even
Just to work a weekend, no. No.
Even if you so how many officers do you have on the lake in your troop that can fill these positions? Do you have every shift covered 24 hours a day, or?
No, not 24 hours a day. We have it covered with the 2 lake zones. There's 2 zones of 6 people that are
Right.
full-time water. That's all they do. In the winter, they teach the classes. They do boat maintenance. Some of them work the road occasionally, but that's all they do. Then we have the supplemental zones. Zone 18, which is Miller County. The Morgan County zone supplies 1. The Camden, the 2 zones in Camdenton provide 1. And every one of those zones has a former Water Patrol officer assigned to it.
Okay.
Pre-merger Water Patrolman.
I guess I'm losing it in the shifts here because you're saying 6 in each zone. How many are on duty at any given time? All 6 are on?
No, not every day. On the weekends, we can have, throughout a whole 24-hour period, there can be up to 15 boats on the water. I'm not telling you there was 15 boats every weekend.
Okay, so you have 12 positions, 15 boats, but yet you're not using part-time people. So how does that work?
I can shed some light to it. He has 2 other zones. He has the 2 zones of 6 officers each that are full-time on the water, and during the winter months, they're still doing marine ops things. The other 2 zones have
4 zones, yes.
The other 2 zones, 4 total. The other 2 zones have, there's 4 other zones, I guess,
Yeah.
that have Water Patrol incumbent officers that were Water Patrolmen before the merger that are now in that zone. On Mondays, Tuesdays, the less busy times during the week, they could be out on the road. On weekends, they are supplementing. That's where the term supplemental. Officers on the water. They're coming out on the water, working patrol, not responding to an emergency. They're actually patrolling on the water during that time frame. These are incumbent Water Patrol officers and one other one, the Scott White, that's gone through the full training, and the FTO program, the full training and being out there.
Well, yes and no. I mean, still the comment, we're going to run out of Water Patrol people at time. You're saying that these are people who had experience in the Water Patrol beforehand that you're bringing in. Sooner or later, they're going to be retiring out.
But we're backfilling those with younger guys that's coming on, and we're training them just like the Water Patrol had training before, and then they'll work the water for 3-5 years, and then if they want to go back to the road, they'll be able to help us on the water, just like these supplemental guys do now.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry to create so much confusion to that, but
it's a long-range plan. It's not just for tomorrow or the next week. We've got to look in the future how we're going to keep that institutional knowledge on the water, and these young guys that are on deck now are the ones we're going to rely on in the future to have that institutional knowledge.
the good news is you've got it covered, so you don't need additional money now. So I was willing to write you a check, but no. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
We'll strike that last comment.
It was a personal check.
Oh, well, bring it on then, huh? Yeah. Okay. So you feel like the merger, the plan you've got in place now is a successful plan?
I feel like it's sustainable, and just to Sergeant Henry's defense, if you brought any of my zone sergeants in here, road or water, and asked if they could use more people, and Representative Phillips will tell you this, he's going to tell you he needs more people. Randy and Chris Daniels both agreed that 6 and 6 was the right number when we did this. Now they're saying 7 and 7, and any zone sergeant worth a darn is going to tell you the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's where we're at right now, and I feel like it's sustainable. It's going to take us a while to get those younger guys trained up that just graduated from the academy that want to be water officers, marine officers, but we do have 3 of them in the works that we're going to get into that training. I don't feel like it's fair for them to go through the FTO process on the road with the chance of being terminated or something, and then quick as they're done with that, they go right to the water and be graded on the water also, where none of their peers are graded twice while they're in the break-in period, while they're on that probationary period. Mm-hmm. So that's why we make them wait a year, get off probation, and then they go straight to the water, if that's where they want to go.
Okay. To expedite that, and since you recognize the value of proficiency and the longevity of someone serving on the water, do you have anyone that sits behind a desk in Jefferson City that could get out on the water and do training or be a patrolman on a more full-time basis?
In Troop F?
No, I'm sorry. This is to the colonel.
I don't know if I understand your question. We have Captain Richardson, who's the commander of the Water Patrol Division, and you know, he's in the office. I'm sure he could go back out on the water if he need to, just like I can go back out in a car if I need to.
Well, are they out of the water patrol? Do you have water patrolmen who are no longer
We have
in the water patrol?
we have an incumbent water patrol officer that's works in our Human Resources Division.
Okay. Do you have
And
any
he
other?
chose to put in for that position and transferred.
Okay. And I know some of that has to do with rank and pay and
if
that.
the officer's choice, you know, we're one agency now, and if anybody within the agency wants to put in for a vacancy that we have, just like the guy that was on the lake that's now a full-time pilot, that's his choice to put in for that vacancy. We're not going to say you can't do that because you got to stay on the water. We're going to train people, just as the Water Patrol train people. Obviously, people are going to retire and move on, and we have to continually train people to replace those officers, and that's, you know, it's no different for the road or the water. There's always that continual training that will be occurring to get people up to be able to do the job.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of like, I guess, Representative Wood, that I hear that there are some folks that are very capable on the water patrolmen that are not being utilized, and they would like to be, and I'm not sure what the barrier to that is. And you're saying there's no barrier to that.
In our troop, there's people that want to be on the water?
I don't know if they're in your troop or not. They're in the employment of the state of Missouri.
I guess if somebody wants to come work the water, we'll make that available to them. You know, if we have a vacancy there, they can put in for that vacancy, and he has a couple. We're going to let them come do that if that's what they want to do. I don't like forcing anybody to go do anything they don't want to do. If we got officers out there that want to work on the water, they need to be letting their command staff and chain of command.
If there are any barriers to that, then is that something that we can talk about as well?
Barriers to them doing that?
Well, like, I don't know. I don't understand how you all, like, if there's a rank, if they lose their rank or lose their pay or if they go back into the marine operations.
We've had, I'll give you an example. We had a sergeant in our Division of Drug and Crime Control. He was in the Kansas City area. His wife was a school administrator, got a job in Springfield. He said, I need to move to Springfield to support my wife and her job. I want to go back to the road. He took a 2-rank reduction in rank to do that. He went back as a trooper, but he wanted to go back to the road. And that occurs within our agency sometimes too, but I'm not going to put a captain out, you know, in one of those positions or that's in an administrative position unless he's willing to put in for that position. And if he wants to take the reduction in ranks that is associated with that position, then we'll do that.
All right.
And that's what happened. That's just an example of within the agency of how that could happen.
I understand. Maybe I didn't understand what they were telling me. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that you would like to? We've kind of kept everybody a long time, all day, and is there anyone else that you'd like to have?
Could I answer Representative Smith's question on the SWAT team just for a second? I know that was like hours ago when it was asked. 2 members of my SWAT team are Marine operations officers. Out of the 20 that are SWAT officers, 2 of them are Marine officers. So we had to pull 2 to go to Ferguson.
Have we answered all your questions? I know it's been a long day here.
You know, I'm sure we're going to have more questions if you don't mind us.
I'm talking about your
asking
pre-submitted questions.
Yeah. I know we kind of got off track there. We'll probably see if we can get together again. And once we've, I think yes. I think the question is yes, you've answered them. Maybe we have some more specific things that we need to ask to follow up. These were kind of broad baseline questions, and I apologize. I think in some sense we didn't ask the right question, okay?
And we'll be glad to answer future questions. If
Thank
you have
you.
those, you'll get them to us. We'll provide the people that can answer those questions.
All right. I may have to get with some of your staff to find out how to ask the right question.
We'll be glad to. It's called communications, and we're glad to do that.
Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Representative Conway, did you have a question? Okay, so I'm ready to close it. Is there anything else? All right, that concludes the hearing.